Okay, here's hoping. Here's hoping. Let's check the microphone. The microphone is on. The microphone is working, and the closed captions are also working. So, it appears like maybe some things are working. It appears that others are not. But you don't need to know about the ones that are not because you can't really control them at this moment.
Just wait for the tone.
Hello. Welcome in. Good afternoon, or good morning, or good day, depending on your current experience. Let me scroll back up to the top and say hello. Trinderella, welcome in. Trinderella, congratulations. I saw your post.
The person you're trying to reach.
Not in Getty, welcome in.
Right now.
Good day. Baker, hello. Welcome. SoFluff, hi. SoFluff, I see you're heading out for some errands. Drive safe. Good luck.
Hello, Father.
If you need further assistance, enter pound.
Darla, welcome in. Darla, I should be live on YouTube now.
Hello.
Norma, welcome. Hello. Hello. Boris, welcome in. Hello. Hello. Okay. Couple housekeeping notes for all the early folk. We may experience some sound issues today because I did not route any sounds through my. I didn't route any sounds through headphones, so they're still coming out of the speakers on my computer and therefore are getting picked up by the microphone. But that's okay for now. We'll fix that later. I did not get a chance to fix that or make that adjustment. It wasn't broken. I broke things intentionally, and then we fixed them on Saturday. They sound better. They sound better than they did. I think the sound is slightly better than it was previously. I hope. Anyway, I still need to do like a lot of work toward that, but we'll get there. Baker, excellent. Congratulations just in general. Darlene on YouTube, I see you. Welcome. Couple other like general housekeeping notes. I tried to clean up OBS a lot. I tried to clean up my computer a lot. I broke some things, which was not good. I think I fixed them, which I guess is positive. I went to launch the bot and it was like, hey, we don't know what that is. And I was like, oh, that's fun. That was at what time was that at? Well, I said I was going to go live at 1:30. That was at 1:28 that happened. So I just spent quite a few minutes figuring out why things weren't working. Anyway, they should be hopefully working now. Hopefully the bot doesn't throw errors at me. Who knows? But we're gonna persist. Okay. Today is a bit of a random day. I have 3 things I'd like to do today. I'd like to clean out this kitchen drawer, which I talked about last week, because it is a mess in there and really truly difficult to find anything in. It's a this drawer, this has become a shit collecting drawer, and that is not good, because it is one of the main drawers. Like this drawer is like the main drawer with all the stuff that I use like every time I cook. This one needs to be similarly functional, and it's not. So I'm gonna make some adjustments to that. The other thing that I'm doing today is I'd like to go back to the garlic cookies that I was working on last year and make a recipe of those again, based on the recipe that I had in my notebook, which is like, I was trying to interpret it. I was trying to interpret this recipe. Where are they? Yeah, there they are. The other day, and I made like 3 different versions of it. I streamed it too, but I don't have that stream anymore. It's not saved on Twitch, and it's not in my archive anywhere. So I can't go back and watch it to see like what I did. And I'm having a difficult time interpreting my notes. So we're going to start with the base recipe that I had, plus a little bit of garlic, roasted garlic. So we're gonna kind of work on that, and that'll be a sort of, I don't want to say it, we're like going back to it. I haven't done this. I was working on this recipe and I stopped completely working on it, and I don't really know. I can't really interpret all my notes. So we need to start over and just make a version of the first version that I made. Again, I do have some notes in here, like needed more cayenne, and I had a note to put less garlic in because it was apparently kind of soft. Anyway, we're gonna do that too. I need to roast the garlic first though, so we're gonna roast some garlic and do that kind of first. I have my oven on. I'm going to turn it up just a little bit. And we'll throw that garlic in there to roast. And then later, we're going to make dinner. I have the recipe for that succotash that I was writing last week. I have a draft of it, what I think is a workable draft. So I'm going to follow that exactly. And then that'll be dinner tonight. So I have a couple things that we're going to do today, all kitchen projects. Thursday this week, not that that's today, but Thursday this week, my goal is to do a trip prep stream. I'm going to take some of Calvin's friends camping this weekend, so we're going to do a trip prep stream. That's the goal. Belly Fox, thank you for your resub. I appreciate you. Welcome in. Good to see you. Good to see you. Baker, I hope Lemon shows up for the organizing. True, Lemon was excited about the organizing last week, and I didn't get to it last week, as is typical when I'm like, oh, I'm going to do something, and then I talk forever, and then I don't do the thing. But that does happen. Carly, welcome in. Good afternoon. Or good day. Whatever you're experiencing. Okay, so again, a couple housekeeping notes. I've had a bunch of issues with stream recently. Some of them are audio related, so hopefully we've cleared those out. And some of them are related to encoding issues, which is like a hardware thing, which is an issue for my side. And I think I made it a little bit better. We'll see. No buzzing today. Good. Yeah. Also, my AC is off at the moment, so there's no buzzing. I put water in the fish tank, so we don't have any more like waterfall sounds. My room, the room itself that I'm in, is actually relatively quiet right now. I hear some light sounds of like construction from outside. I can hear the fish tank. It's really low. And I realized that the sound that was on before, that was like that low buzzing slash whistling, was not the actual furnace. It was the intake vent in the living room where like it sucks the air in for the furnace. I literally can't help that. I can't cover it. I can't do anything about it. So when that does come on, we're just gonna like have to deal with it. The other option. Oh shit, I didn't even update the title. Liz, that's how like off I am today. I literally just didn't update the title or the going live or any of that. Next stream right now. Oh God. There we go. Boris, I do agree that would be a fun bit of stream time. And that is what we're going to do today. What do I actually title the stream though? Hold on. Cooking live garlic cookies succotash. Okay, there we go. Stream title was updated. Thank you for pointing that out. Oh yeah, I didn't update the menu either. You know what I did do before stream? I did a bunch of like OBS stuff. That's what I was doing. I was like, oh, this is ready to go because OBS works again. So what does succotash have in it? Beans, corn, red pepper, garlic, herbs. Yeah, I usually stand here and do this right before stream, but I definitely forgot to do both of those things today. Thank you for the reminders. You know what else I didn't do today? I didn't start the ad manager. So we haven't had any ads. There's no ads right now. I think I'm just gonna not have ads today because I have been dealing with like tech stuff, and on top of like I'm expecting to deal with tech stuff again today. So I don't want to have ads to do on top of that. Momo, are you having a day? You know what? I wasn't until I turned the streaming computer on and I tried to route the audio through my headphones, but because of the way that I have my audio set up, it like wouldn't happen. And then I had like changed a bunch of stuff, so I was late to start stream because I tried to do something and I messed some things up. And so I'm frustrated with myself because I made myself late. I could have just hit go live with how I had it and it would have been just the same as it was on Saturday when I did like a little test situation on the other account, and it would have been fine. And I shouldn't have touched anything, but I did. I messed with it. But I'm hoping that stream holds up today better. I did figure out how to keep the music on stream, but turn the music basically off in my house so that the music doesn't come through on the microphone. So objective, we achieved one thing. Later today, possibly tonight, maybe tomorrow, I'm going to rip out the heart of my audio and replace it. So that is a daunting prospect, but it needs to be done. It needs to be done. I have it set up in a weird way. Anyway, yeah, I wasn't having a day, and then I was, and I don't know if I still am or not. Because if the stream crashes like 3 times, it... Listen, we'll see. We'll figure it out. But I'm dedicated to figuring it out. I'm frustrated that things haven't been working as I want them to. And this is just how it goes. Like, if you want to live stream, you want to have 3 cameras and better audio, and you want to have all this shit on your stream, you got to make it work, and you got to keep making it work. So, Sarah, welcome in. Good to see you. Thank you for coming through. I was in yeah, just the stream I needed. Like, I also enjoy streaming. I like going live, and like, it's, if it doesn't feel right, like if it feels like when you go live you're going to get frustrated about it, like that's not a good feeling to have. So we'll see how it goes. I'm hopeful. I did change a bunch of stuff though. I like streamlined OBS, I streamlined Windows 11, I did everything I think I can do to make this computer run better. So we'll see how it goes. Robbie, welcome in. Good to see you. Uncle Sneaky, hi from Seattle. Hello from Philadelphia. Welcome. Let's get this garlic in the oven, because we need to, if we're going to make roasted garlic cookies, we need to roast. You would agree that we need to roast garlic, yes? Yes. Hopefully you would agree. I also need garlic for the succotash, so let's make sure not to roast all the garlic. Okay, we'll reserve 1 bulb for succotash. The rest we're gonna roast. And when I did this before, I don't remember how many cloves it ended up being. But I'm gonna roast like 2 heads of garlic, I think. Fudge Darling, hello, welcome in. Woman says, because you've been streaming on YouTube, those lives won't be removed, and you can use them as reference points for changes you make in the future. This is true. I did 2 things back in December that I am happy having done. One, I started doing multi-streaming. So if you're not familiar, I know I've mentioned it like probably I don't know, conservatively several thousand times, that I do live stream on YouTube as well. Links in chat for that. That is not sort of the primary location. I still consider, like, no offense, sorry YouTube, I still consider Twitch the primary location because all the stuff in the stream is built on Twitch, like commands and all that. But I did start streaming on YouTube, so I can have those videos in like a public archive. The other thing I did was started backing up all of my streams automatically using, I don't know how, this is probably super in the weeds for anybody, but Commander Root is sort of a person slash tool that you can use for like various things. You can have like, you can unfollow bots, or you can force bots to unfollow you if you get like a follow rated or whatever that is. You can sort of remove those followers, but they also offer video backup, and so I am just basically archiving all of the streams to that as well as YouTube. So I do have a lot of streams that are now no longer on Twitch, that are exactly to your point, that live on YouTube now. The one thing I can't do though with that process, like I can see what went wrong. It's good for audio. It's like really good for audio because I can go back and like listen to the thing. But for things like hardware stuff, I can't, it's not great for that, but audio is good, and it is also just nice to have them as an archive. And functionally with YouTube, if you want to affiliate there and have some sort of like paid account, you will need both subscribers, videos, and watch time. And like, you know, if I just multi-stream there, it hits the watch time. You know, that's how you get the watch time, because I'm not otherwise like creating videos for YouTube yet. That is in the works. But yeah, Wilma, those sort of like audio things are great. I do, when I'm testing it myself at home, I record on OBS. Like I just use the record function, but that's also not as great. And honestly, the reason it's not as great is because my speakers are awful, and I can't. Everything sounds awful on my computer. So there's no like testing it. When I record and test that way, I have to do I'd have to like transfer the file to a different computer, or like play it through a better quality speaker. But yeah, I can definitely compare. I went back on the other channel and like listened to the audio from Saturday, and I did make a few like minor tweaks based on like what I was hearing. So I feel okay about where things are, generally speaking, audio wise. I still think a hardware upgrade is going to be a computer upgrade, like a processor, that type of thing is going to be necessary in the pretty near future. Because I'm currently limiting some things on stream that I would like to do because of hardware limitations. So I'm keeping it. The one thing I did do today was I did keep all three cameras the same. I said I was going to switch out the old one, or switch the stove camera out for a lower quality version that also takes less resources to run, but I did not do that. So we'll see how it goes. I'm hoping that all the other changes I made will make that not necessary. But again, we'll see. I do love getting in the weeds on the on stream stuff though, on like all the guts of OBS. I think it's fun. Okay. Yeah, made some other adjustments. Adjusted the video. What did I do? I adjusted the video output quality. I adjusted the frames per second. So we're streaming at a lower FPS than usual today. So if you notice some like motion blurring, that's probably why. Yeah, like stuff like that is going to be blurrier than it usually is. But how often do I do this? Once every 3 seconds, apparently. I don't know. Anyway, I like being in the weeds too. Yeah, and often that is how I'm sitting at the computer. I'm just like sitting here, like, I don't know, hyper focused. Weed helps. It definitely does. That is true. These are ready to roast. So let's get these in the oven. We're gonna do the garlic in the oven. I roast garlic semi-regularly, and I never have any idea how long it's supposed to be in the oven for, despite the fact that I roast it regularly. I always end up putting it in, and it's like an hour later, and I'm like, oh yeah, the garlic, and then it comes out, and I'm like, ooh, this is really good. But it could be like 45 minutes. It could be 20 minutes. I have no idea. Usually when I get to it, it's perfect. So a little bit of olive oil, some pepper, and then a lot of salt. So we're gonna make some cookies today. The purpose of the cookies is just curiosity. There's no thing that I'm doing with them. I also realized that today is the last day for Cookie Club entries this month. It has felt like a very short month. Mainly, I don't think I streamed I streamed like the same amount this month that I usually do, but I've done more like IRL stuff. So it feels like less. I've done less kitchen streams this month. You do time it with your heart. Yeah, I'll set a timer this time because last time I forgot and then I was like, oh shit, the garlic. And I'd rather not do that. But we're gonna roast these. So these go in a little like package, essentially. You could roast them in aluminum foil if you wanted to. I don't generally love roasting things directly in foil. I like to have the parchment paper barrier, but you do you. Sarah, Broccoli, welcome in. Sarah, Cookie Club indeed. We are just a few hours away from closing the books on this month's Cookie Club. It is been a short one. I don't know what the cookies are for this month. I have no idea. They're not going to be asparagus cookies. They're not going to be these garlic cookies, I don't think, because that seems, I don't know, because I don't have a real recipe for the garlic cookies. I just have a recipe that I made up. Let's get a 40-minute timer for that garlic. I think 40 minutes seems reasonable. And we'll let that one run. Okay, now for these, let's get out the other stuff that I need for these cookies. Actually, first thing I want to do is look at, ooh, don't hit the, stop hitting the mic, Lou. I mean, we could do garlic cookies for Cookie Club. I'd like to have a better recipe. If this turns out okay today, then maybe we'll consider it. I don't know. I've learned a bunch of different kinds of cookies. I was used to chocolate chip and oatmeal and raisin. Oatmeal and raisin are classic. We've never done an oatmeal raisin cookie. We have not done oatmeal raisin for Cookie Club. We've done multiple versions of chocolate chip though. That is very true. But oatmeal raisin we haven't done. I was thinking those breakfast cookies that I did last week might be fun to do for Cookie Club, but those are also sort of not really cookies. Like you think about when you think about cookies, right? They're oatmeal, raisin, cheddar, apple. Like they're not like treat cookies. Mini Moonstorm, welcome in. Happy Tuesday. Okay, let me look at this recipe though. I do need to get butter out for this, so let's do that. I did not get butter out to soften earlier, so we're just going to do that now. And let's see. So this recipe calls, these are butter, they're a butter first cookie. So there's a lot of butter. Butter, light brown sugar, granulated sugar, eggs, vanilla extract, flour, baking soda, and salt. Why does this say I have 187 grams of flour? That's a really weird number. No. I wonder why it's 187. No, I don't have viewers up on the screen. I wouldn't know. Sarah, the savory cookies are not real cookies. They are not what I'm going for like the purposes of Cookie Club, for sure. They're like, I feel like they'd be good and people would probably enjoy them. So I'd make them, but they're not like the right vibe, I think. Broccoli says sometimes I substitute familia for the oats and raisins. What is that? What is familia? I'm not familiar. So the garlic one is not savory. Oh, it is. It's savory because it's got garlic and cayenne pepper in it, but it's got brown sugar. It's like got sugar in it too. It's a lot of sugar. So it's still good, generally speaking. Dr. Hex Mikey, welcome in. Megan, welcome in. Hello. Broccoli says they used to make what were called buttermeal cookies. Butter and oatmeal rolled into balls and smashed down with cross hatches with a fork. I bet that does sound good. I'm always when I made those breakfast cookies last week, I was sort of like, wow, there's really not much like flour or binding or like any kind of liquid in there. There's like one egg and it's like not all that liquidy, but you just like keep mixing it together and it sort of comes together, which is kind of cool. Okay, let me get our sugars out here. I don't remember if I said baking powder or baking soda, but definitely one of those. Light brown sugar, dark brown sugar, butter, light. Oh, granulated sugar, not dark brown sugar. Egg, vanilla, flowers on the counter, baking soda. Baking soda is what I'm looking for. Baking soda and granulated sugar. Baking powder. There's baking soda. Okay, good. And salt. We have salt already out on the counter. All right. Broccoli says Familia is a Swiss brand of muesli, which is rolled oats, some other grains, and chopped up dried fruits. Okay, so it's a cereal. Like, yeah, okay. It's already got stuff in it. Makes sense. Well, I've done, oof, wow. Call me out on the thumbprint ones. Like, I was gonna say, oh, I did a rye one for the thumbprint cookies. No, to that extent, no, I haven't, because that was the one that was different. I used a rye flour before, and I did a nut flour. I think it was a walnut flour. Might have been pecan, but I think that was for the thumbprint cookies. So I'm pretty sure that was like both the same. Dan, thank you for the resub. I appreciate you. Welcome in. Dan, the next time you check in is going to be a Cookie Club entry, so perhaps you might be hoping stream crashes today. That you can get another entry. What is that on my screen? What? Oh God, I'm an idiot. Okay, sorry. There was a it was just another window underneath of the window, and there's like a little spot where they weren't overlapping. And okay, got our flour out, baking soda, salt. Oh, cayenne pepper. That's the other thing I need. So these are a spicy kind of cookie. So I have cayenne somewhere in here. There we go. You could use chili powder for this if you wanted it to be a little more complex. You could use whatever you want it to make them spicy. I'm using cayenne. Chickpea flour. Okay. I've definitely never baked with, I've never used chickpea flour in baking format. I've used, what is the one? Arrowroot powder is the one that you use for deep frying, which is always, that's always a fun one. It's like super starchy. Lemon, welcome in. Nice to see you. When we were strictly gluten-free, The best part about it was exploring different flowers. It mostly sucked though. Yeah, it's like I'm exploring these because it's necessary, not because I want to. No, I got you. Being gluten-free stuff. Well, there's a couple folks who come through chat with some frequency who are also currently gluten-free. It is not uncommon. So today, let's see, we got the butter. Yeah, cayenne. Notes. Let's see, notes down here, notes. Batch 1, batch 2. Okay, I think I'm just gonna make a version of batch 1. Because that one is the one that has notes that say that was just like the base recipe. And that one, according to the notes, was the crunchiest, which is good. Batch number 2 was apparently flimsy and wet. So we're not going to repeat that one. Lemon said, I just had my first mammogram. Waiting for the bus home. Hey, congratulations on your venture into proactive health. What's that, Gwen?
Congratulations on your squishy boobs.
There you go. Gwen says, congratulations on your squishy boobs. Tis the age. Woman says, from a gluten-free perspective, I have an appreciation and will go out of my way to make something that tastes good and palates are gluten-free. I can appreciate that. And when you find a good recipe that works, that is also gluten-free, that's amazing. Lemon said, thank you. Just closing the loop. There's some vegan recipes. There's a vegan chocolate cake and icing recipe that I love more than like regular floured chocolate cake. So when you find those recipes, it is kind of amazing. Okay, so we'll get to these. We'll get to these cookies in a little bit. We need to finish roasting the garlic first. That's really, in order to have roasted garlic cookies, we need to finish roasting the garlic. Oh, you're not allergic now. You thought you were. Well, now you know. And now you have a whole repertoire of recipes to pull from, which is great. All right, let's empty this drawer out. Drawer. So like I said earlier, this has become a shit collector drawer. We're gonna literally empty this out and take most of the stuff out of here. We didn't do this last stream, and what this is like I need the garlic to roast before I can make the cookies, because then I'm gonna make the cookies and then I'm gonna make dinner, and I didn't roast any garlic, so this has to happen. I keep opening this drawer, and there's stuff in here. This is gonna be like a clown car. Watch how long this takes me. If you want to explore rice flour, you can find them for more affordable prices at international stores like Indian or Asian markets. And if you don't have access to those, you could probably, or like if they're not like immediately available, so it's probably something like, you know, if you have like grocery delivery, I was thinking like H Mart probably has lots of stuff as a good source of things. Okay, for example, like I have 2 corn kernel huskers in here. I use those. They were a gift, and I don't really use them because I kind of use a knife instead. But like those don't need to live in there. The twine, baker's twine, I do use that. This gets used for stocks and stews and stuff when I have to tie up like a little herb sachet. So this gets to stay. I don't think I'm like separating. Let me maybe separate these into like 2 piles. So the pizza thing, the pizza cutter definitely gets used regularly. This, not an advertisement, right? I mean, it is an ad, but this pizza cutter came with like I don't even know what was ordered off of Wayfair, but they were like, have a pizza cutter in addition to, I don't know, a couch or something. True caretaker, hello. The secrets of the drawer. We are revealing all the secrets of the drawer. Yeah, like this is Uncrustable Maker. I remember I saw, who did I see using this on stream? I saw Little Miss Nikki like 3 years ago use one of these on stream, and I was like, this is amazing. I should have one of these. And I got one, and they are amazing. And I've used it for like camping prep a bunch, but I've never, this does not need to live in there. The spiralizer does not need to live in there. The corn husking things, no. Some stuff. This, the turkey baster, I use that maybe never. Crab mallets for all the times that we eat crabs. Not necessary. Okay. This I will use. This gets to stay in the drawer. This is for the inside of the sieve, the conical sieve. So welcome back. You've returned safely. Broccoli says rice flour is good for tempura, but I've never tried using it in cookies. Rice vermicelli and rice paper wrappers. I like rice paper wrappers too. I've used rice flour and arrowroot powder in. I think the rice flour was definitely. I have rice flour in the cabinet. I think I've definitely used that for tempura. You are spot on with that. This is an apple core. This is unnecessary. All right. What else we got? This goes to the spiralizer. Don't need that. We have a bunch of little pinch pots. These definitely stay in the drawer. This stays in the drawer. This is a finger guard for children to use. Calvin uses this when he like cuts up avocados. So fuck, we just started pulling stuff out of the drawer. So you haven't missed. You've missed like the first things coming out. This has all come out of this drawer. I'm literally just emptying it out on the counter first, and then we're going to put it back in where it goes. All right, these are like biscuit cutters or like rounds. So if you've used the sandwich press thing, I love this. I mean, I love the sandwich press. It doesn't, it's not a full-time usage though. Man, thank you for the bits. I appreciate you. That is a lot of cheering. Dan, thank you. Welcome. Fellas, welcome in. Good afternoon, or good morning, good day. Good day. DJ Harley, welcome in. Hello. Dan, thank you. I really appreciate that. Broccoli says, I remember seeing arrowroot cookies when I was a kid, but I thought the only people who ate them were kids who couldn't handle other flour. I mean, that might be true. It could very well be true. Sugar daddy. Jundra, I love that emote. That's a good one. Broccoli, thank you for the bits. Appreciate it. This is an ice cream scoop. This is the old ice cream scoop. This doesn't even get used anymore. The new ice cream scoop, newer, is this one, and this will go back in the drawer. Other things that can, let's see, what else? What else is in here? We have a little ravioli shaper. Are there 10 other ones? Probably. Yeah, I don't need this ravioli shaper. I don't need the ravioli shaper. I don't need the pasta cutter. The pasta cutter can actually go in the pasta box. The box that I have the roller in, because I would never be using this without the roller. So let's put that, that'll go in the box. Nutcracker. I don't know. That's sort of in the middle. We've got some of these little rubber funnels, collapsible rubber funnels. I basically never use these. I think they're probably fine to keep in the drawer because I do use them every once in a while, and they are helpful. They are helpful for olive oil. 8 to 10 scoops. Yeah, I have several scoops. This is an ice cream scoop. This is a 3 tablespoon like ball scooper, and this is just like a regular ice cream scoop. So we're gonna get rid of this one because this is the old one. But this is an ice cream scoop, but it doesn't scoop very well. Like hard ice cream, you have to leave it out for 10 to 15 minutes in order to even use this. So it's like basically non-functional. Orma says, of baking gluten-free, the one thing I learned is you need a rice, a starch, and a binder. So I didn't have to worry too much about having exact flour mixes as long as I had one of each. Like if the recipe asked for brown and white rice, it's fine if I just have white and double that instead. And that's good to know. That's definitely like certainly a learning curve situation, because I'm imagining that originally there's sort of the like, I have to follow the recipe exactly. I can't, what happens if it's not right? Well, I'm sure it'll be fine. This is a bottle cap thing. It's got old oil on it, and I definitely don't need that. This is a literal cork. That seems unnecessary. What else do we have? Hey, look at that. It's the spatula I've been looking for. I've been looking for this spatula for several months now. Obviously, I haven't looked very hard, but here it is. This spatula gets to go right into the drawer with the other spatulas. Because there's another one that I have that I just don't like. It's sort of a similar small size. The gnocchi board, this can also go in the pasta maker box. So we have the pasta maker box is going to be the gnocchi board and the pasta cutter. Everything else in this drawer, this is an onion slicer / holder. Some of the stuff is from Pampered Chef, which is kind of funny. This is definitely from Pampered Chef. I've used this a bunch, but I haven't used it in a long time. And I don't think it's necessary to keep in the drawer anymore, because I haven't used it in a very long time. Other stuff that's probably not, let's see. The herb shears, the nutcracker. I haven't used the nutcracker in a long time. I do use it when I buy, sometimes I'll buy like whole walnuts. But that's like once or twice a year. When I need it, I can get it out again. I'm not throwing any of this stuff away. Heavens no. We're putting it in a box. What's the goal for the drawer going forward? Well, I want to be able to open the drawer without it getting stuck. That's it. Like literally that's it. I don't have any like large overarching goals for the drawer. It's just got too much stuff in it. We're almost finished emptying it though. This is just a larger offset spatula. This can absolutely stay in the drawer because I don't use it because I like reach in and it's just not, it doesn't come to hand first, but it is a definitely like useful tool, and I would like to use it more. So, a roller that makes ridgy edges. Yeah, that's what this is. This is one of the like ridged sort of rollers, scalloped scallop rollers. You have like a scallop side and a plain side. Broccoli says my hubby keeps randomly jamming stuff in the kitchen tool drawer and always shoves my candy and meat thermometers to the very back. You gotta watch out for the thermometers too. Don't break those. No, Breaker, we don't throw them away. We put them in another drawer. In fact, I have a box over here on the counter that I'm gonna put all this stuff in. And that can just go in a cabinet. And then it'll just be the junk box. Because I cleaned out the cabinet the other day and made space. So that's why. This is a nice little Y scraper from Opinel. It's a kid's version. This little scraper came with the knife. So the scraper, the knife, and the finger guard were all from the same set. So these can just stick. That can stay in there. Calvin is not really enthusiastic about cooking in this moment, but he is going to do a cooking class over the summer and said that he was like, I'm excited because then I'll feel more like I know what to do to like help with stream stuff. And I was like, oh, if you take this class, are you anticipating like being on stream more? And he was like, yeah. And I was like, okay, interesting. So we'll keep the knife and all in a more accessible spot. This ravioli maker is so funny because this is like an individual like ravioli stamper, and it's really small, and two, it's wildly inefficient. I've used it a couple times and it takes forever and doesn't work very well. So it's gets to go in the box. The meat hammer. This one I'm sort of up in the air on because I do use this. Sometimes I use this for non-food purposes when I need to like hammer something in the kitchen. So I think this perhaps gets to stay in the drawer. The potato smasher by default does not get to stay because this is the culprit. This is the thing that keeps the drawer from opening, like unilaterally. And look at that, it doesn't even fit in the box either. It doesn't even fit in the box sideways, obviously. Oh, it's Swiss made, it says. Ooh. Wonder where that came from. I didn't buy that. All right. The other thing that can come out of that drawer is this little bag. This is sort of a set of rarely used tools. This is all like charcuterie board stuff, like little spoons, like a little knife, some metal tongs. But this also has in it a bunch of things from when Calvin was a baby that are also happen to be really good for charcuterie board stuff. Like these little knives, these little like plastic knives are great for soft cheese. This like teething spoon, really great for dipping honey. So some of this stuff is gaining a new life. And then there's a bunch of things in here that Gwen got when she went to Japan that are also perfect for that type of purpose, like these little wooden bamboo sort of flat knives. So we have a lot of that in here, but none of that needs to live in the drawer. Because this is all stuff where, like, if I'm planning to make a charcuterie board, I'll know where to find it, generally speaking. Pork chicken for katsu. Broccoli, the meat mallet I haven't really used much. I don't use much, but I do reach for it like semi occasionally. Nutcracker also going in the non-useful box. So what do we have remaining here? These quick pour spouts can also just go in the non-useful box because all the stuff that I want quick pour things on, which is just the olive oil, already has one. Okay, let's see. Can I actually like? Oh, hold on. I didn't even finish emptying this drawer. There's still a bunch of knives in here too. Some of these can stay in here, and some of these are going to go elsewhere. These are like the unused, generally unused knives. What do we have in here? We have a bread knife. This does get used like regularly, like super regularly. But I don't keep it in the knife block because it's not an everyday use. And I prefer to use that spot for something else. In case you're hearing cats in the background, Gwen is over here taking care of / feeding, wiping, cleaning the cats. So kitten care time. I know she's been doing such a good job of it too, and like they're happy. They're maintaining a level of health. Yeah. Gwen's laughing. She was at the emergency vet with one of the cats last night at like 10 p.m. getting intravenous fluids for one of them. So laughing, like they're doing okay, but they are a significant amount of work. So that is what's going on over here. And if you all are really nice, perhaps we can see the cats before they go down for their continued nap. They've just been napping and eating for like 2 weeks straight. That's pretty much it. They're otherwise useless. I mean, right? Yeah. They don't do much else. And I can't, I'm trying to like, can I take this drawer out of here? No. If I take this off the track, it's never going to get back on. So we're not going to do that. Hold on. I need like a flat thing to get some of the dust out of this drawer. It's a vibe I want to join in. Yeah, I mean, basically, so these cats sleep most of the day. They get up every 2-3 hours to be fed and have their butt wiped because they cannot use the bathroom on their own. They need assistance to do that in the form of a soft cotton swab dipped in warm water and then applied liberally until the bathrooming is finished. And then they eat. And then they like get weighed and then they go back to sleep for another 2 to 3 hours. So it's they've been in that rhythm for a while. They'll be in that rhythm for another couple weeks is sort of the how it goes. I think up to about 8 weeks they sort of start getting on a more regular schedule. At least that's my understanding. Gwen has not corrected me and she's right here, so they start to wean at 5 weeks. Okay, there we go. That's useful information. Eat, shit, get wiped, sleep, and repeat. Yup, basically. And make a little mewing in between. The Santokus, keep one in the block and the other came with its own self-sharpening sheath. Ooh. Does that work? I've never actually encountered a self-sharpening sheath. All right. How am I going to do this? So I have a chef knife. I don't really need more chef knives. So I think we're going to take these 2 knives completely out of the drawer. And let's just put those in here. I might get creative and make some like knife covers for these at some point. But right now I'm just kind of getting them out of the drawer. This one is just a utility knife. I don't use this one at all. It's not even, it's a Kitchen Essentials from Calphalon. This is a good knife. I mean, I've had it for a long time, but it's not in the rotation of regular knives anymore. So it does not get to live there. And then these steak knives, we don't eat steak. So these get to go in the box. These don't get used. I don't think I've used these I haven't used these in years. Do you mind? I know you use these occasionally for like cutting up stuff. Is it okay if these knives go away? You're allowed to use the ones in the block. Okay. Gwen's smiling at me because she knows that I know that she uses these knives occasionally for like just cutting up an apple. But I think I give you permission to use any of the knives in the block. Okay. Well, they're not all big and scary. Some of them are the same size as this one. The ones on the bottom left are smaller than these steak knives. Broccoli says kittens are work. By the time they're half a year old, they require less care. This is true. When you adopt a cat from like a shelter, they're usually 10 weeks old, right? 10 plus weeks old. So these cats, when they came into the house, were 2 days old. So generally speaking, as a like, you know, an adopter, you're never going to see a cat this young. They always are in like fosters or somewhere, or ideally with their mother up until that time. We don't know what happened to the mom cat in this scenario, so they will be here for at least until then, and then TBD sort of what happens after that. Okay, I think. What? What do you mean TBD? Do we not know what TBD means? Is?
Can you give me some water?
Yeah. I mean, to be determined. Crushed ice. Tell me how this sounds on stream. With that is a different noise. I'm trying not to make as many mouth sounds as I usually do. I'm very aware of it. I think at IRL streaming, I watched the first stream and I was like, oh my God. Fuck off. Did you catch that on the mic? Gwen said, now you know why I'm annoyed at you all the time. God. Hassling me. Okay. This is the stuff that is gonna go back in the drawer. Barely heard it. Okay. Cool. So some of the noise gating does work. Some of the noise gating does work. What I left on the mic is I left the noise reduction filter on the mic, and I set it to be the high quality one. There was like whatever. I think the only sort of superfluous item that I'm leaving in this drawer is this herb shear. Shayna, welcome. Hello. The herb shears I actually use occasionally when I don't want to like get out a knife and a cutting board to chop some herbs. I will go ahead and just like pull a handful of herbs out of the fridge and just cut them up. So this gets to stay despite the fact that it is a one-use type of tool. It gets to go in the back though.
Show them or no?
Do we want to see the kittens? Do y'all want to see kittens? Do you want to see the kittens? They're available to be shown. They're available to be shown off. We won't put them in the box with the knives. We'll put them in a different box. The answer is yes. Yes, they would like to be seen. They seem rough looking.
Some of them are.
They're not rough. They're perfect. What's wrong with that one?
He has like a swollen eyeball.
You just handing me a cat? Okay.
His eyeballs.
Here.
It was crusty.
Come here. This is Gray.
It's not his name.
Okay, well, what is his name?
I don't know.
Well, then I'm gonna refer to him as Gray because it's because he doesn't have a name that we're settling on. So this is Gray. Gray is male. Gray was the runt of the litter, but now Gray is in the middle. So this is the Gray one. He was the first one to open his eyes. He was the first one whose ears started opening up. And he's right in the middle. Size, weight, etc. But like this is the size of this cat. This is a stick of butter. For reference, we have a cat that is roughly the length of a stick of butter. Okay, here comes Gray. Gray's going towards the camera, disembodied. There we go. Got him? Okay. Oh, broccoli. I kind of want to see that. Okay, this is Orange. This is Orange. Orange is the pooper. Orange has had issues with the pooping. Orange is the largest by volume, weight-wise. Orange has grown substantially. He was the middle. Now he's the largest. Orange is the explorer. Orange is also the one who wants to climb. He wants to move. He's sort of the one who was he was stable. He was the first one who I didn't notice like doing the kitten wobble, who was like just moving sort of fluidly. That's the alarm for the garlic cookies. This is Orange. There he is. He's making little kitten mewing noises. Okay. Coming towards the camera. There we go. They pour a box of kittens on someone as a treatment. It sounds like, what was the star? Tribbles. It's Tribbles. It's what you get when you eat too many Cadbury eggs. Yeah. Okay. And then this is Calico. Calico was the largest. Calico is now the smallest. Mm-hmm. Calico was the one who may or may not have pneumonia. Calico was at the emergency vet last night, but she is the female in the group. The other two are male. She's feeling a little bit more active today. There we go. Oh, there we go. Good girl. Good girl. DJ Harley, thank you for the resub. I hope you're enjoying the kitten content. Tier 3 resub. There you go. Okay, Calico's going. Say goodbye. So they were just fed. They were just fed, cleaned. They've been lotioned. They have lotion on their eyes. One of them has lotion on her butt. Whatever. It's some sort of like ointment. Anyway, they're now going down for their nap. This is can I share the box?
Yeah.
Can I like hold the box up? Yeah. I want to like, so hold on. This is what they're in, by the way. This is the box of kittens. So there they are in the box. This is what they look like when they're just chilling. And they are about to go down for a nap. See, this one's the climber. This is Orange. Orange is like, he's scoping it out. He's like, what's up there and how can I get there? And then these guys are just chilling. And there's a little sock in here that's warm. Yeah, it's a rice sock. And then there's another, well, it's not in here right now. There's usually another like heating pad underneath of that. So this is a big box of kittens.
Oh, they're licking each other.
They are licking each other.
They're kissing.
Yes, they're very cute. And so there's been cats in the house. They're not very noisy though, although they're starting to vocalize more. Oh, she's cleaning herself.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't seen that before.
I know, they just started doing some cat things.
I haven't like seen them do. She's like cleaning her paws. That's good. Maybe lick your butt next time. Okay, there we go. So the cats. I'm gonna wash my hands. They're sort of taking over all of the. They're the gravity in the house at the moment. The logistical, emotional gravity in the house is contingent on those cats. Okay, almost done with this drawer. Let me check that garlic. That timer just went off, and that was a bit of a surprise. Let's see. Nice thing about using aluminum foil in the oven is that you can just like grab it and take it out, and you don't really have to worry about it being too hot. All right, these feel like 40 minutes at 400 degrees was right about all right, just about right for here. Phoenix says, interesting as cats seem so often to defy gravity and physics in general. This is true. I obviously was using a metaphor, but yesterday when I was watching, the orange one, the gray one was trying to like climb out of the box, and it got like almost all the way up to the top and then let go and fell back into the box and landed like right on his back. And I was like, ha, you're still uncoordinated. I was like, oh, you definitely did not land on your feet. Like, got it. It's not from birth. That's a learned behavior. He just like fell on his back and he was like laying there and looked really stunned. The calico is a lot. It's like they're not like hard lines between the colors. There's like a bit of chiaroscuro like softening in the middle there, which is probably going to go away. Like she'll probably get more pronounced colors because of like when they're young and they're like super fuzzy and fluffy, they don't, there's not as much distinction. But I think when they get older and they have a more, their fur is less fuzzy, they get more distinct things, or their markings get more distinct. All right, we're starting to put stuff back in here now, just like back in. Can opener goes toward the front. Ice cream scoop, definitely, and a frequently used. Pizza cutter, I'm just putting all like the sharp stuff. Pizza cutter, bread knife, herb scissors together. These can just go in there. There's a lot less stuff right now, so this is sort of a much nicer situation. What triggered it? Legs, probably. Just a guess. I'm sure that it was legs. The bot has. Oh. Yeah, the bot just has. Yeah. I think pretty sure that was the one. Well, I don't ever know if anyone's flirting with me. It's not a thing that I recognize. I don't have that capacity. I mean, whatever. Okay. Yeah, this drawer is empty still. Wow. We're gonna fill this right up with more shit. Not really. Hopefully not. but that is wildly different than it was just a moment ago. All that stuff just came out of the drawer. Oh, the tip of that knife is like through the bottom of that box. Yeah, the bot is the helper, Broccoli. That's like the thing. The bot needs to help interpret. I said I wanted to put that garlic back in, but then I didn't put. See, this is what happens. I put it back in. And I didn't put a timer on it. Let's do five more minutes from right now. It was pretty much finished, but I always want to give it like a little bit more in case, because it felt soft on the outside, but we'll see. It should be otherwise good. This drawer, I don't really need to do anything in. Everything in here is sort of curated already. I just need to, if I really wanted to make it nice, I could organize this, but everything in, I am pretty judicious about keeping this drawer in working shape, for lack of a better term. So I don't really need to clean this one out. I think we should be good to start getting some garlic cookies together. Yeah, everything in this drawer gets used regularly. What is the least used item in this whole drawer? Least used item is probably the measuring cups. Probably this fork. But it does get used on occasion. I think I just forget that it's in there. And that's it. I mean, pretty much everything else gets used regularly. Measuring spoons, peeler, brush, mushroom brush, bench scraper, microplane, mini sieve, whisks, spatulas. Yeah, everything else in that drawer gets used regularly. It was. There it is. So Fluff, you nailed it. Emma, welcome in. Good to see you. Yeah, and yes, that'll do it too, Broccoli. All right, we're gonna take the pasta stuff and put those in the pasta box. That way, all the pasta-related accoutrements are in the same place. It's easier. Okay, and now you can actually hear me messing with the box. It's kind of fun. Maybe. Or it's not. It's for my own amusement, but kind of what streaming is too, also. It will not respond to you in quick succession. That I do know. There is a timer on it that says to wait. Don't get enthusiastic, basically. Mix, welcome in. Good to see you, Mix. I'm wearing my shirt for y'all today. Oh yeah, good shirt. Yes, see, I'm wearing the shirt. Congrats on like, you know, hewing closer to common sense than your neighbors to the south. Oh, look at this. We got a big old drawer full of stuff. All this came out of that drawer. That's pretty good. What other things? So there's some other stuff that I know I can get rid of from this drawer. I'm not going to empty this drawer out because this is the one that like just has a lot of stuff that I do use in it. But like this thermometer is not good, so I literally don't use it. This, I don't need two of these. I don't even use these ever. Why I need two of them in the drawer, I don't know. We'll take one of them out. We have a thermometer, got a bunch of spatulas and spoons. Those definitely do get used. I did move all the wooden utensils to one side of the drawer. This, I'd like to think that this doesn't get used, but I use this for serving long form pasta. Chicken feet. They are chicken feet. Mix, I'm glad that you were able to get in with the name change and all of that. Happy Canada Avoided Fascism Day. Happy Canada Avoided Fascism Day. It is a good Tuesday. It is definitely a good Tuesday for at least that. Oops, Springs Eternal. Everything else in here is pretty much gets used. I have a bunch of tongs. These are probably like the weirdest thing in that drawer. They're pancake molds, but I do pancake or egg molds. I do use these though, so we're gonna leave those in there. Yeah, I think that's about it. You know what? I don't love this spatula. I can't really remember ever using this spatula. Mainly because I have mostly cast iron stuff, and like I'm not going to use this on a cast iron pan. Do you
Use spatulas.
Okay, I know you use spatulas. This one, Gwen likes the fish spatula. Let it be known. Let it be known. This is also one of my favorite spatulas.
I like it for eggs.
It is good for eggs. This one's really good for eggs. So you could not sleep last night until it seemed like things were going to be okay. I understand that. My riding was the only one in Calgary to turn red. So riding is a district, for those of y'all who are unfamiliar with Canadian voting. Riding is basically like a voting district. And red, for reference, is good. We want red. In Canada, we want red. So just red is good, I think. I mean, I understand red to be good. Tell me, y'all Canadians, you tell me if I'm wrong. In Canada, yes, red, orange, and green are great. Yeah, see, that's... Yeah. Yeah, the Canadian elections were yesterday.
Good guys won.
The good guys, yes. The Liberal Party is in power, or has remained in power, and will probably have a prime minister who is... we'll definitely have a prime minister from the Liberal Party in Canada, because that's how that works. They don't elect people the same way we do. I'll take the metal spatula off your hands. The flat bottom one, I have a plastic one that I use regularly. That is for cast, that I do use for the cast iron. So that is a more there are spatulas in there, but I just don't use that metal one all the time. And never, in fact. Green or orange is better than red and or blue, but most are all better than purple. Is there a purple party in Canada? I don't know the purple one. I know the green one. I know the orange one. My nuanced understanding of Canadian politics is not nuanced. It is relatively elementary. All right, we got our drawers cleaned out. This is good. This has been good. We're happy to see that. And then this box will just be like the junk box. Not the junk box. This will be a sort of like, it used to live in the drawer, now it doesn't box. We've never had one of these before, so I'm not really sure what to call it. And I'm gonna put this in the place that I made for it, in the cabinet that I cleaned out over the weekend. So that's productive. Man, look at this drawer now. This drawer just opens completely. I love it. I've got 2 organized kitchen drawers that are just what I need and nothing that I don't. Great. Phoenix has the colors broken down. Red is liberal. Blue is conservative. Orange is the New Democratic Party, who I understand did not do very well. Green equals Green Party. Shocking. Purple equals People's Party of Canada, extreme right-wing party. Got it. Okay, so we don't want purple. I don't want purple. Put the potato masher back in. No. I've used the potato masher probably more than anything else in this box, but it's still like infrequently. I mainly end up being annoyed at it. I've been annoyed at it far more times than I've ever actually used it. So that to me is justification enough to get the thing out of there. Get it out of there. All right. We did it. And now I'm going to take the garlic out of the oven. Oh, that's hot. And we're ready. I think we're ready to make some garlic cookies. Yeah, time will tell, for showing. Time will tell on a lot of things. That's a very prescient statement, sort of, no matter how you apply it. Yeah, Twinderella, we did it. We did it. Are we influencers yet? More. 58% of the vote. Oh, Mix, hell yeah. We love to see it. Get out of town. Phoenix, that potato masher, I feel like it's like the butt of every drawer won't open joke, but at the same time, it's true. I think it's wild that we just live in the US. We're just so inured to a two-party system that it's wild to me. Like, I get that Canada has two main parties, right? And it's like the liberals or the conservative. Like, who's gonna caucus with who? Like, how's it gonna work? You know? But like, yeah, we're just very like down the middle, or not even down the middle here. Like, the fact that there are third parties that can be at all disruptive to things, and like, you know, like, hey, if the liberals want to get a bunch of good stuff done, they may have to work with, you know, they may have to work with these other folks, which I don't know. Something tells me that that's a good system, or better. To me, that feels a lot better. But I'm a big fan of the Working Families Party in the US. That's been sort of a new up and coming party. We actually have in Philadelphia, we actually have 2 of our city council members are Working Families Party members, which is kind of amazing. Broccoli says it's weird that Euro-style governments have to form a coalition. Yeah, totally. And the thing is, though, the thing with all of that, and I'm not going to get on my like soapbox, my political soapbox here, despite the shirt. But yeah, like the US was sort of the oldest of the modern democracies, and like it's been improved upon, like the system has been improved upon, right? So yeah, like we see what we have here, and then we see what other countries have, and it's like, oh, ours is like rudimentary, right? Like we just have this sort of ancient democracy in terms of like the evolution of democracy as a political system. So it is interesting, because when you have these like newer democratic countries like have implemented it in a different way, it's more resilient. Shocking. The soapiest non-soapbox. Yeah, and I don't generally love to, you know, I've said this many times, but I don't generally love to like harp on and on and on about politics, because there's a lot of channels on Twitch that you can get non-stop political content from, and I also spend an inordinate amount of time thinking about it just generally, like myself, throughout the day. So I don't always love to keep my head in that space, right? This sort of like doom spiral of thought. But I have been more recently anyway, you know, just kind of more open about political stuff on stream, because I think avoiding it is harder than addressing it. Mix, it does contribute to more people getting represented. That's true. That is true. Let's make some garlic cookies. Garlic butter cookies. Okay, this says, woman says avoiding it is a privilege. This is true. That is absolutely true. if you're avoiding the effects of the political system we live in is easier if you're rich. But yeah, I mean, I think it's whether or not you want to bring it up, it is touching all aspects of your life. Yeah. I'm realizing that this recipe now says that I was supposed to brown the butter and then cool it. Maybe we'll do that. I'm gonna brown the butter. It says cool to a solid. I'm gonna brown the butter in a pan and then put it in the freezer in a container for like 10 minutes, 15 minutes. And that should probably cool it down while I get the rest of the ingredients together. So let's do that. Yeah, Phoenix, exactly. Like, if you have enough money, you're not worried about your healthcare, you're not worried about your groceries, probably not worried about your car prices or home prices, you're probably not renting. And the likelihood is very high that you are in a privileged class of ethnicity. And so, yeah, if politics like never crosses your radar or your thought, or you're the type of person who's like, oh, I don't pay attention to politics. Okay. Like, that tells, if your statement is like, I don't pay attention to politics, that tells me a lot more about you than what you just said. It means that I know a lot, that, yeah, it means your life circumstances. Yeah, it's definitely a choice. I've always paid attention. I feel like, I don't know. I feel like when you're a kid, you sort of, at least for me anyway, you grow up and you have this like, you have the politics of your parents, and then you either continue that or you drop out of politics, or you, I don't know, go against what I feel like a lot of folks are like, oh, my parents were this, so I'm going to be that instead. I don't know. Jamie, hello. Welcome. Oh my God.
Hey everyone.
Jamie, nice to see you. Lisa, nice to see you. Oh, good Lord. Mix, that is true. Has to keep everybody straight? Not a chance. We don't like everybody to be straight here. It makes for a more homogenous situation.
Don't worry.
Sorry, are we talking about something else?
I have no freaking idea what I'm doing.
My bad. Jamie, it's 80 degrees and you're making bread. Enjoy having the oven on. It's hot here too, and I've got the oven on and it's happening. I need to turn the oven down though. What does the oven need to be at? 350. Okay, the oven's too hot for what it is. It needs to be at 370. All right, let's brown this butter though, because that's what I said we're gonna do first. This is a scenario where I should have read the recipe first, but I didn't. So now we're gonna brown the butter and then we're gonna try to cool it off a little quicker than it says. Phoenix Dog, I appreciate you hanging out here too. And the thing with this particular stream is there's no attendance policy, so you come in when you can and you hang out when you want to. And I appreciate you being here. And I do the same with scheduling streams. I stream when I can and schedule things when I'm able to. And sometimes those Venn diagrams overlap, and I love it. Mix, I love that. That's so funny. The rainbow hat. It's when the actual rainbow hat that I have is not at all subtle. The pin is slightly more so. So fluff. Good job for your mom. I love that. I was deciding between breads today. I was going to get some sourdough and I didn't. It's okay. Let's come over to the oven. Not oven. Stove. Come over to the stove. I guess I should have read the note about the butter when I got it out, because it says brown butter, but it doesn't say butter. Like the ingredients list doesn't say like butter comma browned. It just says butter, so I didn't read any farther ahead than that. It does say I need a cup of butter, which is 4 whole sticks of butter. That's so much friggin' butter. Jamie, is it AC season? I literally turned the AC on for the first time yesterday, and I'm surprised it hasn't come on yet during stream. When it does come on, you'll know it, because there will be a background sound. Phoenix, that's some good allyship there. Not that anyone needs to tell you how to do that. Waka Waka, welcome in. All right, so what we're doing is browning the butter. This is a pretty straightforward process wherein we melt the butter and then cook it until two things happen. Well, one thing. What angle am I doing? Till one thing happens. It foams. So all this is going to start foaming. We're going to stir it during the foaming. And when the foaming is over, that's when we know it's pretty much finished. So we're going to get our whisk out. Oh man. All right. How long has stream been live for? Hour and 44 minutes. Great. My GPU is at my GPU encoding. This is super in the weeds. Nobody cares about this. My GPU encoding is it's hovering. The highest it's gone is 21%. It's currently at 21%. The other day when stream was freezing and lagging and eventually crashing, it was in the 40s. So this is good. We're improving. We're improving. God, dealing with the guts of Windows is so annoying. I did decide though, I am going to my next major investment. The next major financial investment to stream is going to be a server. There's going to be a home server that I can use for IRL, because I've wanted one for IRL, but now that I'm running into computing limitations on this computer, I want one for home too. Because if I use it for IRL, I could also use it for home. And then I could take all the load off of this laptop that I have. And that would be amazing. The laptop would work. This laptop that I'm using would work perfectly if it didn't have to encode stuff. If it just had to send the video somewhere else to be encoded, it would be great. But that is not happening soon, because that is a more expensive endeavor. But I will say that as far as getting a stream computer goes, it will be way less expensive than getting a gaming machine, because I don't need any of the things that make games good. I don't play any games. I just needed to encode video and send it to the internet. Broccoli, this is a lot of butter. It is in fact 1 cup of butter. Does it call for a cup of butter brown or a cup of brown butter? Well, the way that the recipe is written, I wrote this recipe and it is in my notebook. So this is what it says. 1 cup of butter. Direction number 1, brown butter. Cool till solid. Cream butter and sugars, 2 minutes, plus egg and vanilla extract. Then you stir in the dries, then you portion out, and then you bake. So it does it. Yeah, I mean, it calls for a cup of butter as like a raw ingredient, and then you brown it, which is what I'm doing, which is definitely what I did last time. I may put slightly less butter in there, because last time they weren't really that as crispy as I wanted them to be. Can anyone else read Chicken Scratch? Listen, I can barely read this. When I was reinterpreting this recipe the other day, I was like, oh, I'm going to make these cookies, right? Like I have notes in here about like, this is from batch 1. I used 173 grams of sugar and 35 grams of garlic, and it says that they weren't that crisp. Batch number 2 says too flimsy and weak. Batch number 3 was metallic tasting because I used baking powder instead of baking soda. But I couldn't really interpret all of the... I couldn't actually interpret like all of the notes that I had, so we're sort of starting from scratch again on this one. I was able to see the notes about the cayenne, like, hey, it definitely needs more cayenne than that, so I'll add a little bit of additional cayenne. Looks like one of Mix's cookbooks. This is, yeah, I mean, this is my notebook. I just make fast. Some pages are nice and look like, you know, legible and well composed. Some of them I was like cooking and just sort of throwing my pen at the page and hoping I could read it later. Oh, can we hear the butter browning? Wow, I can hear it. Sounds pretty good. Yeah, Chicken Scratch and Dr. Scripts. Dr. Scripts are just like something else. Ow. The more butter ratio, the higher the crunch. The more the oil, lard, or Crisco, the chewier. So there's only butter in here. There's no additional oils. So we have the ingredients in this are butter, light brown and granulated sugars, an egg, vanilla extract, flour, baking soda, salt, and cayenne pepper. There's nothing else in here. Phoenix, I'm just thankful that now they don't when they submit prescriptions, they just send them over to like the pharmacy, as opposed to handing me like a paper script, because now I trust that like it's been sent electronically and that the communication is not just this like indecipherable scroll. There's a hair in there. We got it. So the butter is browning currently. This is the foaming that we were talking about. So basically it foams for a while, and then once the foaming stops, we're finished. This is pretty much, you know, it's pretty much ready. What's happening with browning the butter is that it is taking the liquid out. A lot of the liquid, it's leaving all the other stuff, but like any H2O in here is being removed, thus the steaming. You can see it hasn't started subsiding yet. So what happens is we'll get a small foam, and then it'll turn to a big foam. Like the bubbles will get bigger and sort of more pronounced and obvious, and then it'll go away entirely. And then you know it's done. So it says to rest this in between in the freezer or fridge. It doesn't say in the fridge. Yeah, it says, what do they say? Brown butter, cool until solid. 1 hour chill, it says. I am going to put this in a container, a container where it's like spread out a little bit in the freezer, and we'll cool it down real quick like they do on Great British Bake Off. We don't have a blast freezer, but This should work. And I'm just scraping the stuff off the sides here too. All right, so our foam, our initial round of foam has subsided. We're starting to get clearer here. If I stop stirring, you can see we're getting some larger bubbles now. And once the bubbling mostly stops, that's when we'll be ready, and this will be the bubbling will stop, but also it will look brown. Broccoli, you better make sure that prescription's ready before you make that drive. That's a like call ahead. Again, there's many reasons that I think are good for like living in the city, and like that type of thing is kind of exactly that. Like nothing is that far away. Like New York is an hour away. That's not true. New York driving would be like an hour and a half. New York on the train is less than an hour though. But yeah, to pick up a prescription there's no driving. Grab the biggest sheet tray and fan it cool. Baker, I know, right? I love that show because they're always like, they're just so genuine and good-natured about the whole thing. I think that everyone is able to be good-natured on that show about what the show is because like the prize is literally like a cake stand and some flowers. Like the prize is not exciting. The prize is not a large cash reward. So I think the humility of the folks on the show and their motivations are very different. And that's part of why, that's a big reason why I love it. Broccoli, that's like you always have a book in the car, you know? Here we go. All right, we're getting big bubbles now. The big bubbles are coming. So we had the initial foam, and now we're doing big bubbles. This is a bit of let's see. Yeah, there we go. Jordy, welcome in. An even number. Hell yeah. 150. That's a good number. It's not a cookie club number, but 150 is a super good number. Broccoli. Yeah, just like the fact that the prize is basically just like a kitchen tool that you already have, plus some flowers that are going to die. Like, the prize is basically nothing for all the time and work you have to put into it. Although, generally speaking, I would imagine being on that show can be a nice launching point for folks that are trying to get like to be influencers or like have their, get their baking career off the ground. I imagine that is a really, the prize for those folks is the exposure. As it would be, generally speaking. All right. We're almost there. Now, this was a whole cup of butter. So this was 4 sticks of butter, which is a lot. So it's taking a little longer to brown. And also, we're not doing a full... The pan is not very shallow, so this is a little bit deep here. I mean, this is probably like a centimeter deep in the middle, maybe a little more. So our big bubbles are working their way out now. Can we request the dough raw? You could. I bet this dough is pretty good raw. It only has 1 egg in it, so not too bad. All right, almost finished. Yeah, almost finished. And then when this is done, like I said, I'm just going to put this in a very flat, shallow container. I was going to think of this container, maybe. This is like a takeout container. Let's see if I have something even flatter and shallower than that. I don't want to put it in something. Oh, maybe I can put it in. I know what I'll put it in. I thought a cup was 2 sticks. A quarter cup is 1 stick of butter. 8 tablespoons. Right? Did I just do twice as much as I needed to? Now you have me second guessing. 1 cup. Oh no. Half. Oh yeah, I made twice as much as I needed to. Oh my god. Fudge darling, thank you. Oh my god. Okay, so we have twice as much brown butter as we need. That's actually a good thing. That's a good thing. Well, good. Good. Dinner is now getting brown butter. Dinner doesn't even have butter in it. I'm just gonna we're just gonna have leftover brown butter, and that's those are the facts. But look, that looks great. What's happening there? It's fine. I made twice as much. That's okay. We'll just cut it in half, and profit. Time to increase the cookie recipe. We could increase the cookie recipe. I don't know that I want to do that right now though, because I don't know if these are going to turn out. So what I might do is save this and try another version of this later. Right now, yeah, when I take this off of the heat, all I'm going to do is weigh it and just put half of it, so it's gonna weigh. It's obviously it weighs less and has less volume than it did initially because some of the liquid is all gone. But I'm invested in these garlic cookies now. So having another batch worth of brown butter ready to go would actually be really nice and helpful. Could make ghee. Or brown butter compound could also be good. This is still bubbling, still looking good. It's much richer in color now. So we're almost there. I have this at a pretty low heat also. I'm keeping it slow. I'm keeping it slow. All right, our big bubbles are starting to subside now too. Cookies taste better with regular butter. Jordy, I generally agree with you. This is a bit of a savory cookie. It has roasted garlic and cayenne pepper in it. So I think the brown butter works really well here, but I tend to agree with you. I think brown butter is a bit too much sometimes. It's like too extra. For those of y'all who are used to hanging out here on stream and have been hanging out in chat, not for a while, not just today, but in general, we're not doing ads today. So, FYI, I didn't turn the ad manager back on from the other day when I turned it off when computer kept crashing. Anyway, we're not doing ads today, so just a heads up, if you are not a subscriber, you get a break. All right, we got the last little bits of foam here, so it's going on its small foam again, and then this small foam is going to go away very shortly, and then this will be ready to go. Oh, it smells so good though. It does smell quite nice. So we're making cookies today, and then the other thing that we're going to make is dinner. Dinner is going to be a recipe that I'm working on. I have a draft version of it. I made the same thing last week, so we're just going to go and finalize that. I need to make some notes on how long the timing takes for prep, how long the timing takes for cooking, and then not ingredients, but I need to set a portion size as well. So I need to like measure the final result, the final volume of the product, and have a suggested serving size. We need to do that today too. Broccoli, I'm sorry that the rest of your noodles got eaten. That is super unfortunate. What are y'all's leftover rules in the house? Do you if you live with other people, are leftovers sort of up for grabs after a certain period of time? Are they never up for grabs and you just let them rot if it's someone else's leftovers and they're not eating them? What do y'all do? It depends for me. If someone was eating out of the container, like if it's a container of noodles, like a quart container of noodles, and someone was like eating out of it with a fork, I probably won't eat those leftovers. If it's like fries or something like that, I'll give it a couple days, and if it's still there, I may end up eating it. Woma, it's funny, there is an Aldi coming in that will be accessible to me. It's opening soon in Philly. There are a couple Aldis, but none of them are like on a bus line or on the subway or any of that. But there's one that's coming that is on a regular bus line. Yeah, Baker, I think like leftovers in general, if it's like leftovers from dinner, that's different. But like, you know, Calvin's leftover chicken fingers from carryout last night are in the fridge. Like, I wouldn't eat those. And if you want them, Fudge Darling says, hey, that's great. Phoenix, leftover fries. Yeah, you heat them up in the cast iron pan. You have a different type of... Yeah, you can definitely get fries back to a good level. You just can't do them in the microwave. The microwave is basically crap for everything, just generally speaking. All right, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna pour this all into one big quart container so we can weigh it, and then we're gonna pour half of it into something else. Okay, but this is pretty much finished. The heat is still on, but the bubbles have stopped. Pretty much stopped, and the butter is a nice like deep rich color here. So we're going to pour this off. Let's come on back over to the counter. Air fryer, SoFluff says. Yeah, the air fryer. I've heard the air fryer is just great for everything, but I've yet to I don't have one. I don't have one, but I would like one. Okay, scale is on grams, and we're zeroed out. Let's get this poured off. Ooh, that's hot. Okay, we're gonna pour the solids in there because that's part of it. All right. 371 grams, we'll call it 370. 185. I need 185 grams of butter in a container. And then we're going to put I'm going to put 185 grams of butter in this container. It's because this is low and flat. And then we'll put the rest of it in the fridge. What he says, a toaster, oven, or air fryer? Yes. Air fryer is great for fries. Air fryer is just good in general. Phoenix says, I don't like fried food enough to have it any less than fresh, even properly reheated. I feel you. I feel you. Leftover, there's a lot of things that are like for example, when we have like fish tacos, right? And there's like leftover fried fish, like that is not good. Like you're just not going to get that back. You're not going to get that back to a state where it's commensurate with the way it was. Jordy says the Ninja air fryer is on sale for $60. Okay. I have a Ninja blender that I actually really like. I didn't intend on purchasing it, but I did. All right, we're gonna put this brown butter in there. This is the container that we're gonna use for cooking today. So we're gonna pop this in the freezer real quick because I want this to cool off. Ideally this turns into a solid pretty quickly here. So we're gonna pop that in there and just let that cool down for a little bit while we measure out the rest of our ingredients. We're going to measure the. We're going to process the garlic. We're going to process and just measure out the rest of the stuff. So by the time I finish that, I'm hoping that that butter that I just put in the freezer is solid because I'm going to cream together the butter and the sugar, and then you add the eggs, vanilla, and other stuff. Addictive. What the hell is garlic cookies? Hang around and find out. They are savory, thin cookies. Ideally, they're a little bit crispy. They have roasted garlic, cayenne pepper, and then roasted garlic and cayenne pepper are the two, main flavors. After that, the sub flavor is butter. So you get garlic and butter basically immediately, and then you're like, oh, there's a little heat to that. Oh, okay, which is really good. And then they're sweet. So you get basically in order when you eat them, you get butter, garlic, cayenne, sugar, and then they're gone. Jordy, you do not add the butter warm. I suppose you could add the butter warm, but it would change the consistency of the cookie for sure. The goal is to cream it in as if it was like room temperature butter. Egg drop wonton soup, broccoli. Sounds great. Chicken stock, cornstarch, eggs, and wontons. Excellent. Are you filling them? Are you filling the wontons with anything? Let me wash my hands, because now that I'm gonna get this garlic out. I was a responsible cook today and did not try to take the garlic out of its little paper casings while it was still painfully hot out of the oven. We're learning. We're doing better. Maybe that's why mine sucked. I mean, it does, yeah, like it'll change the consistency of the cookie, that's all. It will probably be a thinner, flatter cookie, is my guess. I am not an authority on baking. So anything that I say regarding like what effects will happen by changing specific ingredients and their types, just take that with the caveat that I don't actually know what I'm talking about. There are lots of people that do. I am not one of them, and that's okay. Did you put anything hot in the blender recently? I did. Jordy, I blended soup on Thursday of last week. Hot soup right in the blender. Right in. No problems. No problems, because I was using a blender that is made to put hot things in. Right? Lemon, enjoy your eats. Enjoy your off day eating. I love off day takeout or whatever. we just got takeout last night. I was gonna make creative like chicken sandwiches from the chicken strips that I bought at Costco, and then I was like, I took Calvin to karate, and we were finishing up with karate, and I was like, I cannot go home and cook anything. I just can't. It was 7:15 p.m. by the time we got home, and I was just like, nah, not gonna happen. It was 7:15 by the time we finished up at karate, and by the time that happens, I was like, no, we're not doing anything else. So we got takeout on the walk home. There's a place that I like. We got chicken sandwiches from there, and they were real good. They were better than the ones I was gonna make, that's for sure. Yeah, we end up ordering takeout probably, I would say, once a week. Occasionally more, but like once a week takeout is pretty common. Often I say we're gonna order takeout, and then I look in the fridge and I'm like, no, just kidding, we're getting leftovers. Phoenix says, with a lot of brown butter cookies, you need to let the dough rest after mixing for the butter to get its best flavor by soaking into the flour. Yeah, brown butter sort of complicates everything when you're using it. It definitely adds a lot of flavor, but it adds a lot of like complexity to it. Complexity is not generally my favorite thing in recipes. I prefer keeping it as simple as possible for a recipe. Now, if I'm just like cooking off the cuff and don't have anything that I'm like recipe I'm writing or following, then like, yeah, make it complex. Who cares? This shirt. Let's see the shirt. Hold on. I'll share the shirt. Wash my hands again. Y'all, you can actually hear the water now. So when I say I'm washing my hands, I'm not just over here, not just over there fucking around. Maybe now you believe me. Canada managed not to vote for the Wish brand Trump. This is true. I felt like this was appropriate today. I purchased this shirt in Canada. I was in Canada when I purchased it. It is not, this is an authentic shirt. It's authentically Canadian. I'm gonna put this garlic and the oil, this like garlic paper stuff, in my stock bag. Didn't hear any water. Damn. Okay. Well, maybe that one got cut out. Is it made in China? You know, after saying all of that, I really don't want to check. I will for the lulz. Let's see. I literally can't see this label. I'm going to... Can I see it on my phone? I can't, I can't. Oh my God. And no, I'm not. Man, my eyes don't focus that far down. Hold on. It's usually on the side seam. There's no seams on the side. This is like one unified shirt. Let's see. Where's the bottom? Nope. Nope, there's only one tag on this one. I do need to know if it's made in China though. Hold on. We're doing the Patrick Richards redeem. Y'all know the Patrick Richards redeem? Turn your shirt around. Nope, this was made in the Dominican Republic. Dominican Republic. There we go.
was so freaking complicated. Let's not do that again. Yeah, did not see that one coming. Not a big garment industry is. I don't know anything about the garment industry. I know that I buy clothes never. We kept it down with TOS. We're good. You know, Patrick, who I mentioned a few moments ago, Patrick Richards of the DJ stream, has a redeem to turn the shirt, to like turn his shirt around, basically do what I just did, and it's like 100,000 channel points. So y'all lucky. Do you remember where you bought it from? I do. I got it in the St. Lawrence Market at the shop, the downstairs souvenir shop. Okay, so garlic is good. I need 30. Last time I made this recipe, I used 35 grams of garlic. So we're gonna do 30 grams of garlic this time, because one of my notes said that it was a little bit wet or liquidy, and the only liquids that I have control over, the only things that are like liquid in general in this recipe are vanilla extract, butter, egg, and this garlic. This garlic's not liquidy, but it has a liquid like component to it. So we're going to use a little bit less garlic in this batch. So let's weigh out 35 grams of roasted garlic, which is still a lot of roasted garlic. Like, let's be clear. Like, that's 31 grams. That's probably 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cloves of garlic, maybe. Trying to get this to 30 on the dot. Perfect. Okay. That is real good. I love roasted garlic. Nobody wants to take a serve and get our problems. Yeah, and like Canada's not the most, sorry Canadians, it's not like the best country in the world. Like, Canada's got problems too, right? There's a reason people were super nervous about an election yesterday. Like, everybody's got a little more work to do here to make things nicer, but like, it's nice to celebrate sort of, at least somewhere in the world, having some semblance of rational thinking, at least for like one day. But, still put a rich guy in charge, so got that. That's still a problem, but I did the asparagus cookies. I was actually thinking about those the other day. I was like, what would I do with those? Bro, Jordy, homelessness in Philly is interesting. They're really trying to do. There's been so many like fits and starts and trying to not solve the problem, but like, I don't know. It's just money. Like, if people would just, all the solutions to all the problems start with the sentence, if someone would just, if someone didn't need to profit from it, solutions would be a lot easier. Yeah, conservative gain seats. Right. Yeah. Yeah. The NDP party lost a bunch of seats, I heard. Phoenix, that's exactly right. Like, celebrate a win, celebrate something that feels like a win, because it is, and then keep pushing. Like, you just gotta keep pushing. You have to keep pushing. No one's gonna No one's going to do the right thing without pushing. They're not incentivized to. A cup of butter. Okay, butter and sugars. Let's measure out all of our other ingredients. Take what we can. Right. Like, it's a win. It's a win, but like the fact that people were nervous about it tells you that it's not, you cannot stop thinking and caring and keeping it at the fore of your mind, you know? And you still have to live your life. Like, still got to go to the store, still got to eat, still got to do all the other stuff. So that's always fun. It's kind of why I like cooking, because when you're cooking, you're generally focused on that one thing, and it limits sort of the space that you have for other things during that time, which I appreciate. Okay, 175 grams of light brown sugar. This is light brown sugar. When you're cooking, life can't fall apart. Yeah, I mean, exactly. It's like it could, but you might not know it until you're finished. Until you're finished cooking. The flow state lemon is always kind of nice. Yeah, it's like, you expect me to work while this is all happening? Ow. So we're going to cream the sugars together. So I'm weighing these out in one container. I'm just going to put the regular sugar and the light brown sugar in one container. 175 grams of this. I got, to be fair about this, this recipe, I got this recipe from somewhere. I just don't remember where I got it from. I originally wanted to make these because the farmers market, the Sunday farmers market, the Head House farmers market says, the Head House farmers market is a garlic farm there that has a stand every week, and they have these garlic cookies that are extremely good, and they're also extremely expensive. And I was like, I can probably make those. So I found a recipe that sort of looked good, and I know I tweaked it from the original when I wrote it in my notebook. So the one I wrote down is not the original, but it is close enough that I would not call this my recipe yet. And I may not ever. This recipe might just be like, hey, add roasted garlic to this exact recipe and it is good. And in which case, like, it will never be my recipe. It'll just be the garlic cookie recipe that I have. So, Muffin Guy, I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. How are you? Happy Tuesday. The notwithstanding clause allows the government to ignore the rights or charter emergency purposes. Yeah. The emergency purpose thing. We're going through that in the U.S. It's very similar to what you're describing. Our current president is using the Alien Enemies Act, which is not a thing, to enact all sorts of cruelties. 100 grams of regular sugar. So we're going to mix regular sugar and brown sugar together. There's a lot of sugar. These are like very sugary, buttery, sugary cookies. And I have my sugar in this container because I broke my sugar container recently, and have not replaced it. Will not replace it. It does not bear replacing. It is not worth replacing, especially because I don't like those containers to begin with. So we'll put that away. We have brown sugar, granulated sugar. So we're mixing together butter and sugars, and then we're adding the egg and vanilla extract, and then the dries. The dries are flour, baking soda, and salt. So let's get the flour and baking soda and salt mixed together. Flour, baking soda, salt, cayenne pepper. And let me check on the butter here. See how this butter is doing. Still warm. Still quite warm. Still definitely not solid. Not at all. Some of it's solid. Some of the bottom is solid. I was gonna put it in the ice box, but I think I'm just gonna leave it. Leave it up here. I'm actually gonna sit something. What can I sit underneath of it? A pack of tissues. I just need it to be flat because it's sort of pooling in one spot and not. This little pack will help. There'll be air space underneath of it, and it'll be also flatter in this flat bottom package as I wanted it to be. There we go. Okay. Let's let that sit. We're probably going to need to give that another like 15-20 minutes at least. Muffin Guy, we are cooking a couple things today. We're cooking garlic cookies right now. So earlier in the stream, I wasn't cooking yet. I was doing a clean out of my kitchen drawer here, which I did, and I'm finished, and I'm super excited about. So that's good. What we're doing right now are roasted garlic butter cookies. I'm making sort of, I have a base recipe for what's called butter crunch cookies that I am adding roasted garlic to. And we're doing those right now. After we're finished those, we're going to turn our attention to dinner. Dinner is going to be a succotash, which is a mix of lima beans and corn. Traditionally, it also has some sort of meat in it, like a bacon. It also has cream and butter. The version that I'm making has no bacon, no cream, and no butter. It's just produce. That's going to be next. So that's a recipe that I'm working on. I have my base recipe here for summer succotash. I have some fill in the blanks under prep time, cook time, and servings, but the rest of it is basically ready to go. And then I need to edit this, not that, this part. I need to severely edit this down. This is a lot of words for what's going on here. So we're going to work on that during the latter part of stream, whatever words. We're gonna get to that. We're gonna get to that on the last part of the stream. So that's what we're doing today. Typically, I'm making something. The not now part of stream, right? Well, last time the not now part of stream included the kitchen drawer, and that was last Thursday. So at least we got to it today. It was something that I wanted to do, and I'll be very honest with y'all that over the weekend I was like, I got to do the kitchen drawer. It's getting out of hand. And I was like, no, Lou, you've said that you were going to do it on stream. It's been like this for fucking years. You don't need to do it today. You can wait 2 days. I did wait 2 days. So, yes, the third half, exactly, the third half of stream. 1 egg. Outside of the shell, 1 unshelled egg, and a tablespoon of vanilla extract, which seems like it might be excessive, but I think it's probably okay. Pro tip, y'all, if you're buying vanilla extract, just buy the imitation. Buy the imitation. Who else am I streaming with? Nobody. Am I streaming with somebody and I don't know it? No, I shouldn't be streaming with anyone. Is there someone else here? Streaming together. I'm not streaming together. Am I streaming together? I'm multi-streaming to YouTube. What do you mean I have streaming together on? What does that even mean? Stream together. What? How? Now I'm okay, y'all. I'm not gonna lie. I am confused.
I am open to invitations. Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm open to it. I turned it on recently when Cheese and I were doing a co-stream together, but I'm not actively streaming with anybody right now. I saw another food and drink streamer who I like and respect added me as a friend on stream together recently and stream together. Okay. Now it's gone. Maybe. No. That's not why. I was going to say maybe that's why the stream was crashing recently, because it was like making extra calls to the void. I don't know. Probably not. Thanks for pointing that out though. I appreciate it. I had no idea any of that was still on. I turned it on when I was streaming with John like a week and a half ago. So I don't know. But that's good to know. Good to know that it stays on. You have to like turn it off. Yeah, like I'm always open to streaming with other people. I just don't. The whole feature of Twitch that's like you can knock and join someone's stream. No, I would literally never do that ever. Not once ever would I like go to another streamer's page who is live and knock so that I could get onto their stream. I feel like that's, I don't know, maybe it's just me and like how I interact with people on Twitch, but like I don't have the type of stream. If you knocked and tried to get on the stream, I don't have it set up for anybody to do that. Could be fun though. I get why the feature exists. A tablespoon of vanilla extract seems like so much vanilla extract. I think I'm not going to use that much. It feels like too much. Do you ever put a tablespoon of vanilla extract? Like most cookies, if you're putting vanilla in, it's like 2 teaspoons. Maybe that's why these cookies were a little liquidy. You can never have too much vanilla. Jamie, I know. From a flavor perspective, I'm worried about the liquid perspective. I would regret that. I would mistake the bottle for my water and regret it immediately. What I was saying earlier, I am going to add 2 teaspoons to this instead of 1 tablespoon. It is not that big of a jump. You're right. I'm just overthinking it. I'm still just going to go with the 2 teaspoons though. 2 teaspoons and then 5 grams less garlic. So overall, I'm sort of adding slightly less things that have water in them. What I was saying about vanilla though, if you don't need like real vanilla extract for something, you should definitely get imitation. Like this bottle of vanilla extract was $4, as opposed to like the same size bottle of real vanilla extract would be like $10+. 10 to 15 mLs is a pretty small difference. It's true. It's true. It's true, especially for a recipe that I haven't like done that much granular testing on. So I am going to note that I made that change. Let me actually hold on. Yeah, Lemon, if you have real vanilla, like if you're having something, and if vanilla is the star of the dish or it's in the name, real vanilla is probably going to be better. If it's just like an ingredient, it's sort of fine to use. Imitation. That's how I see it anyway. That was one of those things that I saw on the internet that was like, never use real vanilla. Could use powdered vanilla. Ooh, that's true. I don't have powdered vanilla, but you could. I love powdered buttermilk though. I keep powdered buttermilk on hand like all the time. Yeah, that genuine Madagascar vanilla. You got any of that? We need a black market for vanilla now. Blind taste tests show that people prefer imitation and it's cheaper. I feel like we as a culture are sensitized to like imitation products in general, and so like that definitely makes sense to me. Like a lot of what we consume anyway is imitation. Generally speaking. All right, I'm going to bowl for the dries. Are we hearing bowl sounds? Are we hearing like cabinet sounds too? They're already running out of things at the Walmart. Yeah, I mean, I would imagine that they probably didn't order right away just to see what happens. Or didn't like place their orders ahead of time. We are gonna sift the flour here because I feel like my flour. I feel like flour is just better when it's sifted. At least it's not lumpy. How much flour? 187 grams of flour. That is a weird arbitrary number. 142 grams is 1 cup. What's 187 minus 142? 45 grams. So that's like a cup and a quarter. It's a little bit more than a cup and a quarter. Why is that a number? Like, why is that the number? I am going to make an executive decision here. And let's see. What is a cup and a quarter of flour? Cup is 142 times 0.25 plus 142 is 177. Is that what I wrote? It is. Okay. Now, looking back, so this is the part where the handwriting comes into play. Because look here. This is what I'm looking at. This line 187. This is the line, where is it? Right there. That actually says 177. Does that look like it says 177? No. No, it does not. But I'm looking at that, and the 7 is darker and over the top. So interpreting my own handwriting, that's what that says. We did it. That's 1 1/4 cup. Okay. Imitation red 40. Yeah, we're getting rid of all the colors in food. Didn't you hear? Vishenko, welcome in. Hi. Hello. 177. Okay. Woo, 183. Very close. 181. 177. Look at that. Damn, Lou, you did good. Thanks. All right, let's move the flour off the counter. The flour has been sitting on the counter for like since the last stream. It's thank you. It's sort of become a fixture on the counter now. I'm glad to be rid of it. Let's put that up here. Flour and baking soda. How much baking soda? Baking soda is 1 teaspoon. I used my teaspoon, didn't I? I did. I used it for vanilla. Wah, wah. Let's get that out of the sink. Yeah, I'm not really sure. I'm gonna go back when I watch the stream later.
This is a stream that I'll like go back and review. I usually go back and review them to make clips, but I'll probably look at this one tonight just to understand like what sounds are actually coming through and what isn't coming through. Baking soda and a teaspoon of salt. Okay. Teaspoon of salt. There we go. My dries are finished. Sort this into a... I'm going to sip this. Great. And... oh, half teaspoon of cayenne. I want to do a little more than a half teaspoon. Let's do 3/4 of a teaspoon cayenne, because my notes say that wasn't enough. These are supposed to be spicy. Like, you're supposed to be like, oh shit, that's spicy. Maybe not like, oh shit, that's spicy, but like you want to notice it. I didn't notice it the last time. Like, my note here is pretty clear that it was not spicy enough. And it says add more cayenne. Like the note itself, and the note is not attached to anything. Yeah, it says little more cayenne, 1/8 of a teaspoon. That's fine. I added 2/8. Good to go. Seems good to me. Butter with chili flakes would be fantastic. Hot, spicy butter is like... spicy butter sounds pretty fun. What if you infused butter with like THC and cayenne? Be an interesting dish. Do I cook deliciously? I cook enthusiastically. Deliciousness is subjective. Spicy butter is buffalo sauce. It's true. That is true. I never realized how much butter was actually in buffalo, like that style sauce. It's a lot. Okay, we need to cream together the butter and the sugars. So my butter is now in the freezer. I don't know how far along it is, if it is to term yet. But we're going to check it in a moment. Let me get my mixer out, and then we'll investigate the butter. What I'm doing, I'm just kind of mashing up the garlic, the roasted garlic too, a little bit. All this is just going to end up in the mixer, but it's nice to not have chunks if you can help it. Okay. And these are my sugars, which I don't need to mix up. Those are going to go in the mixer, and they're just going to get mixed up. Getting the mixer out. And use the paddle attachment with the scraper on the side. It's a newer to me paddle attachment. Jimmy says the Wegmans buffalo sauce is not as high in fat as the Frank's is. I always find Frank's brand products to be really watery. I don't know why. Like, maybe it's, I don't know if that's a just me thing. But I do find, like, from like specifically a hot sauce perspective, Frank's hot sauce is like, it feels more liquidy. Well, I love Cholula. That's my go-to hot sauce if I'm having hot sauce. Okay, what do we get? I got a bunch of alerts. Oh, okay. All good. Any of y'all play chess? I've been playing on chess.com with a bunch of like different people. One of my friends, we have a game going, just like back and forth, like one move a day kind of game. It's perfectly my speed. Cholula chili lime. That one is really good. I agree with you on that one. I have that one in my camping kit. The chili lime version. All right. Our freezer butter turned out pretty well. Took a risk, but that worked. Freezer butter looks good. It's still a little, like, if you kind of crack it, there's still a little bit of liquid underneath it there. But generally speaking, this is solid, and I'm fine creaming this now as opposed to waiting for it to get more solid. Because it's pretty, let's see, how is this underneath? Yeah, this is good. This is a solid, like, we've got our brown, our like, ooh, you know what I could even do? Do we always keep the browned bits in there? I do. Do folks take those out before they use it to filter them out? It's interesting because the way I froze this, they sank to the bottom and then they froze, but because they're a different density, they froze, they're like solid, whereas the butter is not as much, and I can just take those, I could just take those right off. I'm going to use them. I always use them. Baker says, I do unless I want it to be clean looking. Yeah, Jamie uses it too. I don't care about that. These are going in cookies. So, yeah, I'm not clarifying the butter. I'm browning it. And the brown part is like the part that is browned. So, all right, we're going to cream together the butter and the sugars. So we got a cup of butter in relatively solid form. It's been browned, it's been cooled and solidified. And let's get our, scrape this out. There's only a very little, teeny bit of liquid in here. That's good. I like that. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna use that spatula I said I was looking for. Said, oh yeah, when I was cleaning out the drawer, I was like, oh, that spatula I've been looking for, it's for stuff like this. This is what I like this little teeny spatula for, is like this type of thing. The garlic Fresno sauce. You know, I haven't had, I don't think I've experienced any of the sauces from Hot Ones. Like, I can't recall that. I know Twinderella is our generalized like hot sauce enthusiast. I went to the Head Nut in Reading Terminal. When I was there recently, I made a comment about, I was like, oh, y'all have a lot of hot sauces, because they do. And the guy was like, we have every sauce from Hot Ones. He was like, a point of pride. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. I'm not familiar with the sauces from Hot Ones, but I am familiar with the show. Would I go on it? Absolutely. Would I enjoy it? Probably not. All right, brown butter is in. I'm gonna cream that together with the sugars and the garlic. I'm gonna add the garlic. We're gonna cream together the butter and sugar for like 2 minutes, maybe more, and then we'll add the garlic in there and mix that in along with the sugar, because these cookies they should not have chunks in them. There's no like chunks of garlic. The garlic should be well incorporated with everything. So we definitely want to do that. Let's turn this on. We'll give this a 2-minute buzz up in the mixer. I'm going to make this keep it slow to start out. Let that sort of get slightly mixed before I turn it up, and that way the sugar won't explode. The heartbeat sauces. I'm assuming that means they stop your heart. That seems bad. Also, it seems pretty good. I love spicy stuff. I don't like things that are spicy for the sake of like being aggressive. Yellowbird hot sauce. Okay. It's a brand name. Okay. I thought, yeah, when you hear a heartbeat, it's like, my assumption is that it's gonna like mess with the beating of your heart because it's so spicy. Wow, the butter and sugar is just creamed together like immediately. They're still very grainy though, so we're gonna let that sit. I'm gonna give that the time that it I'm giving it the time that it says. But spicy stuff for me, I prefer it. I prefer when the heat builds up, right? Like, I like when you get the flavor, it's like flavorful first, and you're like, ooh, that's really tasty. And then the heat builds, and it, and it kind of takes you by surprise. But in between, the heat sort of like destroying everything. If you keep eating, you keep re-upping on the flavor part of it, so it's never quite as bad. The ones that get me are the ones that are like, they're like spicy in your mouth, and then they feel like your shit's on fire, and you're like, what am I getting out of this experience other than pain? Because I didn't have enough time to taste anything. It's now just like, now my mouth just hurts, and for what? Beep boop Beth, welcome in. Good day. We're making cookies. Oh, I should get out my cookie sheets too. I am going to use the regular cookie sheets for this, as opposed to the general sheet pans that I occasionally use for cookies. Like these are much better. One sheet pan at a time, that type of thing. All right, so this is looking good. We're right at about 2 minutes here. Yeah, and this is pretty well creamed together. So very nice. All right, 2 minutes is up. I'm gonna move this over to the stove for now. And I might use a second sheet pan. I might just like use one sheet pan and rotate it out. Okay, so we browned the butter, we creamed the butter and the sugars. Now we add the egg and the vanilla and the garlic. This is important. We're gonna add the garlic in first. And now we use the big spatula. It's a random question, and maybe you're going to be like, what the hell are you even talking about? Are y'all hearing music on stream? Is there music on the stream? It's not playing over my speakers anymore. So I am just not hearing anything, but it tells me that it's playing. The monitoring says that there is music going out on the stream. I just don't hear anything. Don't hear anything Speaker says. Cool. That's also fine. I was just curious. Now that you mention it, no. Interesting. Okay, well, it definitely says it's going. I'm curious if maybe that made it more prevalent. I don't need it to be in the. Now you're yelling at me. Oh, good. Okay. Well, we'll turn it back down then. Like I said, I still have some audio work to do. We're working on it. I did not get to finalize the thing that I wanted to do over the weekend. In a surprise to nobody, I had other things come up. All right, egg and vanilla and garlic are in. Let's give those a spin. Then we'll give this mix with the dries, and then we'll be ready to make cookies. This also says to portion this out with 1 tablespoon scoops, which is not very much. So these are relatively small cookies. Okay. I would like there to be music on stream. I just don't want to hear it in the kitchen, as I do not have headphones, and I don't want it to be doubled, the sound to be doubled. Okay, we're adding the dries now. This is our flour, baking soda, and salt. Mix that. Gonna give this some short bursts so that it doesn't puff. And get that all mixed in together. These look great. Liz, hello. You can hear the music slightly. Okay. It should be very slight. I went to this famous ice cream shop, Liz says, and I had rum, raisin, and oatmeal raisin cookie dough. Beautiful. Rum raisin. Rum raisin is like... Rum raisin's so old school. It's definitely a flavor... Rum raisin is in the flavors of your category. And I love it. Did you enjoy it? Was it good? Or was it too much of one thing? Okay. We're here. We're back. Gwen, I'm finished using scale if you want to use that. All right. So this cookie dough looks real good. Smells buttery and garlicky. And that's what we're going for because these are garlic butter cookies. So. Oh, the Kentucky Derby. Is the Kentucky Derby this weekend? I was just saying to someone the other day, like probably 2 days ago, maybe even yesterday, I was like, I haven't heard about horse racing in a long time. It feels like it's about to be the season for that. And here we are. I don't remember how it came up, but it did come up. This says the oatmeal raisin cookie dough is vanilla based, so it made the rum less intense. Yeah, the raisins, the like huge, giant size raisins and like aggressively liquored sort of scenario is not ideal. Rum raisin should be like a nice balance of those. Okay, dough's really good. I am getting a little heat on the dough. Okay. Poll and stream, Master Splits. Thank you for coming through. Hello. Yes, no, don't give a damn. What's a Kentucky Derby? Or don't stream on Friday. Or conversely, what's a hot brown? I'm just going to admit straight off that I don't recall what a hot brown is off the top of my head. I don't think that's a bad thing. I think it's just me not, being familiar with it. Remind us what that is. Maple walnut broccoli. That is a good one. It's very Canadian. All right, we're finished with the mixer. Let's get these. What was this bowl from? This had the flour in it. Let's get this onto a sheet. Let's get these onto a sheet pan. The directions say 1 tablespoon scoops 2 inches apart. Easy. I'm not going to measure this. Actually, damn. No, okay. No, we're not going to measure this because Gwen's currently using the scale. So we're going to,
Take it.
Do you need it?
I just weighed him.
Okay. And I will. This cat sounds again. A hot brown. Master Split says it's an open-faced sandwich with turkey breast, bacon, and covered in Mornay sauce. It does. You know what? It does sound hot and brown. Are we weighing the kittens? Yes, Gwen's using the scale to keep track of the kitten weights. And I just kind of realized that I didn't weigh this to begin with, and so I don't really have a baseline for how big, whatever. But let's do this. We'll take an actual tablespoon, and we'll scoop a for real tablespoon worth of dough out of here, and I'll figure out what that weighs, and then we won't need this scale anymore. So let's fill a tablespoon with dough, and that That weighs 17 grams. So somewhere between 15 and 20 grams is what we want. Okay, Gwen, I'm finished with this. I now know what I want. I now know what this is. Hello. There's a cat here. Can we see the cats again? There's new folks here. Are we able to see the cats when you're finished with them?
Here.
Hold on.
Or, yeah, you want to do it all at the end at once?
Yeah. We'll look at the cats when Gwen's finished with them.
What the hell's going on here? Why is it 1536?
Oh, because it needs to be... Wait, and also I realized that that's not going to make any difference at all, because if I don't have the scale while I'm like doing this, I don't... Whatever. It's fine. It's fine. We're not going to use the scale. This will just be... Well, if you're not using it right now, I am going to use the scale. Okay. See how that works? Those, they are growing. They're more than twice as large as they were when we got them, when they first came in. So they are now significantly... They're noticeably and visibly different than they were originally. They still look very small. Like they're still, they're still kittens with a capital K. Yeah, Liz, basically I just came back to this today because I roasted garlic the other day and I was like, oh, I have quite a bit of garlic left in the cabinet. I should do something else with roasted garlic. And I was like, I really never went back to those cookies after making them. And I would like to. So that's what I decided to do today, was just return to this garlic cookie recipe and see if I'm basically starting over though, because I can't really interpret my notes from the last go round very well. So I'm in a place of I'm following the original recipe with a few of the notes that I had. And now I'm just going to get back. I'm going to get back to it that way. Okay. So roughly 15 gram scoops, about like that. And I'm not going to do anything with these. I'm just going to kind of give them a little pat. Yeah, 15, 16 grams. Just set them apart. And then the directions say these really only cook for 10 minutes. And I do remember that to be pretty true. They were really quick cooking. And they also, if I recall correctly, they flatten out pretty well. So they do spread. As far as I recall, they were very thin cookies. The ones from the market that I like, that I'm trying to replicate, are thin and sort of lacy around the edges and also quite crispy. So the goal would be to have those notes for these cookies, but we'll see. Again, I'm just kind of going back to a recipe that I had from last year that I'm starting over on again. Hop Brown Stream it is. Is the Kentucky Derby on Friday or is it this weekend? So I'm doing 15 gram cookies, which is just under what the measured tablespoon was. But basically the first one that I pulled out of the bowl was 15 grams. So that seemed to be easy Saturday. The most exciting 2 minutes in sports. Well, certainly it is actually 2 minutes, unlike any other sport where 2 minutes is 20.
So cute.
Who's that? Orange? Yeah. All right. So we're going to do, here's what we'll do. We'll put this tray in the oven, and then I'll just do the next tray worth of cookies on another sheet, on the other sheet pan, because I'm just kind of on a roll with the measurements here. There we go. Yeah, 15 gram balls. Did I use black garlic? No, I did not. I used regular garlic, but I roasted it first. So the garlic is roasted and the butter for this is brown butter. So it's like, it's all fancy like. These are a bit of, they're a bit more complicated than the regular old like sugar cookie. I don't want to know. I don't want to say they're worth it though, because I'm not really sure. We're getting there. All right, let's put these in the oven. I'm gonna do 5 and 5. So we're gonna roast for 5, rotate 5 more minutes.
We need that now.
Okay. Here. You're going to need to weigh after the fact. Hold on. We're splitting the scale here. We're both using the scale. For reference, Gwen's not putting the cats on the physical scale. She's putting them in a container that goes on the scale. So, and because these cookies are not for anyone else other than the house, I'm not really as concerned about like cross-contamination. Okay.
They go like this.
Yeah, they go in the same container that I put the butter in to put it in the freezer. Yes. They have a nice little container. Yeah, we're not meal prepping the cats. They're being prepped for a meal, just a meal that they're eating. Okay. Cookies are in. I feel like there might be another whole tray worth of cookies in here. These are pretty small. I feel like chilling the dough might also be a step that we need. Might go well with this. It depends on how much these spread. We only meal prep on Mondays in these parts, Baker, right? No, it's not meal prep day. They're safe. They're safe. Yeah, these are already flattening out. They're already sort of melting, which is ideal. That's what we want. Yeah, 10 to 12 minutes at 350. These are, yeah, ovens at 350. Liz, white people tacos again tonight. Nice. I definitely support that. I was working on our menu for our camping trip coming up, and we're definitely doing that. We're gonna do some tacos for that. I'm gonna do chicken, like cooked chicken, like pulled chicken instead of the meat, like the beef or the ground. But it's I was inspired. I remember we were talking about it on stream. All right, you finished with the scale for now?
Whoa.
For now? Okay. Yeah, but you're feeding, so I'm gonna weigh I'm gonna do more cookies. But only for now. What is that from? Avenue Q. All right, more cookies going on the tray. 15 grams at a time. 15 grams is smaller than I think any other cookie that I've ever made. The thumbprints were even larger than that. All right, how can I space these even more? No. Oh my God. No, I can't. Those spread. The ones in there spread already to the point where they're like almost touching. So that's good. That's really good. I'm hoping, I want them to spread. I want them to be very thin. The thinner they are, the sort of crispier they are. And so the more they spread out, the better. But only for now. Oh man, that's going to bother me because now I don't know the rest of that song. Oh, guys, hello. Coquitos. It's true. Very close to coquito. Coquito? The beverage? All right. More like a cracker than a cookie. They are ideally they're very crispy. That is the best version of these. The best version of these is the one that I get at the farmer's market because that's the one that has been like refined and tested. If I was making these for Cookie Club, these would be a 3 cookie. This would be a 3 cookie month. Which if this recipe, if I ended up getting this to a point where I'm like happy with it and I can make it like again, I would consider this for Cookie Club. It's a good one. Okay. Timer is up. That means rotate. That doesn't mean that we're done. So I can just give that one a second while I measure out this last cookie. I know it's annoying. It's pressure. It's pressure to stop to get it done. There you go. All right, we're gonna rotate the cookies in the oven. Now spin around in place. Yes. Ooh, Liz, maybe I just put all the rest of the dough on the tray and flatten it into this one big sheet pan cookie. I do think that could be good. See though, I don't know if I love or hate the idea of garlic cookies. 1, welcome in. 2, they are kind of they are certainly a not everyone's favorite, I can imagine. So those ones that are in the oven spread out quite a bit, but they're still like a little bit thick. So what I'm going to do with these is I'm going to tap them down and spread them out a little bit on my own first so that they get a head start, essentially. I'd like them to be even thinner than they are at the moment. We'll see where they end up. They have about three minutes or so left. That'll be 10 minutes. They can go up to 12, but it doesn't look like they're spreading any farther. Right now it looks like they've finished spreading and now they're baking. So I kind of want them to be a little bit thinner than they are. So we're going to try this and see if this makes a difference. The cats are cute, Gwen.
Just look at him. He's just rolling around in there. Like,
He is just rolling around in there.
Oh my god. Oh, he's gonna stop. Of course, he's done.
Yeah, he's going to stop.
Since the camera.
I was going to put the camera on the cats, but
He's not doing the cute thing anymore.
no, he's definitely not. Now he's doing the I'm trying to escape thing.
Yeah. Now I'm gonna rub his butt, so.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to turn the camera on if you're going to make him poop.
Well, yeah. Is it on?
No, it's not on. It's just physically there. I didn't turn it on.
Well, he's nervous.
He's nervous. He has performance anxiety. Cat's not aware of what a camera is at the moment. All right. So this is a lot of work for these cookies. This part here. We'll see. We'll see how they go. Cookie bar. What would I layer with a garlic cookie bar? What could you layer with this? Well, vanilla ice cream would be like the natural sort of default understanding, I think. I mean, anything that goes well with garlic. I was like, what goes well with garlic? All I'm thinking of is like savory stuff. So maybe that's not the right answer. Cedar says my cat is 100% aware of cameras, and my phone camera is and isn't on. Does your phone camera have a light on it or like an indicator? Excuse me, of some. And Gwen, if you're like a little late, whatever, it should be fine because he likes to hang out there anyway.
Yeah, I know. They don't let him tell him. You know?
You mean like let him play while that's happening?
So wait in the hall.
Oh, I don't know. Okay.
Yeah, let him in the studio. Let him in the studio.
Oh, okay.
I thought they did. Last week I showed up on time, so I showed up before anyone came out, so I don't know. And I usually don't do orchestra pickups. No light. How do they know, Sita? I just like when they see you holding up the thing like this. Bourbon, bacon, jelly. Oh, jelly would be a good thing. Wonder if you could do like a bourbon, bacon, jelly, but you know how you bake jelly into like a thumbprint cookie? I'm wondering if you could bake these again with like a jelly layer inside. I like that idea though. All right, let's see. Yes, these are, oh God, these look so good. These look perfect. I'm gonna give those one more minute. Yeah, one more minute. Okay, these are gonna get one more minute, and then we'll do 5 minutes and 30 seconds for each, for these next subsequent batches. So 11 total minutes. Let me show you all these when they come out because they look super. And then after the cookies are done, we're gonna make dinner. Dinner should be pretty quick. It's supposed to be a pretty easy meal to make. I'm making that succotash that I made last week with the beans and corn and peppers. You didn't eat it. I don't think you ate any of it because you weren't home for dinner that night. And then you didn't eat any of the leftovers. So I don't think you've had it. It'll be new. What do you mean, yay? Just be excited I'm making dinner. Well, then fucking starve. All right. These are coming out. These are going in. And here are, hold on, timer start. Okay. These are the cookies as they are out of the oven now. They're much larger than they were when they went in, like size-wise. Like, look at how much. That's a 15-gram cookie. That is about the size of a 40-plus gram cookie, generally speaking. So these look pretty good. I'm gonna let those cool on the tray for a few minutes. There we go. We'll let these cool in the tray for just a few minutes. I don't want to take these off right now because they are still hot and they're very thin. So they're probably going to tear if I take them off. So I think what we're going to do, because I also, I think what we're going to do is take one of the other sheet pans that I have and use that because I want to get the rest of the dough in the oven. I don't want to wait for these to cool and take them off the sheet pan, and then I have to like load up this sheet pan. So we're gonna start with another sheet pan here. I'm gonna use a third pan, and should be just enough dough for one of these pans, I think. We might have enough for two, but we'll see. There's not as much left. Okay, and then this one, I am not going to, I'm not going to weigh these. Gwen's using the scale, and I just want to get...
Done.
She's done. Okay, we're going to weigh these. We're going to weigh these so they're about the same time.
I'm going to get dressed if you want to show kittens. You can do it.
Okay, you're going to get dressed. I can show the kittens to stream. Okay. I will be careful. When she comes back, y'all tell her how careful I was. The kittens will just, they're going to love their obstacle course. Don't worry. Okay. But we're going to finish putting these cookies on the tray. I think this next batch, the batch that's in the oven right now, I think I'm looking at the way these are browned around the outside edges, and I think that extra minute was too much. So I think we're going to leave these for 10 minutes flat this time. We'll rotate right at 5 minutes and 30 seconds, and then we will take them out at the 10-minute mark. I think that's how I want to do this one. So I'm also kind of seeing, like, these are really thin and they take not very long to bake. So I'm the timing is like pretty finite. And also my oven is not the most calibrated. So my oven may not even be 350. My oven may be like 340. Your mileage may vary. Yeah, so hail sounds unwelcome. It is it would be wild if it started hailing where I was. Right now, it's like 27 degrees here at the moment. Not cool. Literally cool. I mean, it's fine temperature-wise. Okay. This recipe makes a lot of cookies. I don't think I realized how many cookies this batch makes, because these are really small and they come out really big, which is nice from an ingredients perspective. You're using a lot, you know. It's like you're getting your perception wise, you're getting more than 15, 30, 40, 45. Yeah, 45. You're getting kind of more cookie than meets the eye. Actually, no, I think you'd be getting less cookie than meets the eye, right? Because if you're only a 15-gram cookie and it looks larger, then you're getting less than what you thought. Anyway, I'm almost finished this. We're gonna get this on the tray. We're gonna get these on the tray. I'm going to empty that other tray because hopefully they'll be just about finished or just about cool enough that I can move them to a cooling rack. Then we'll put more cookies on that tray, and then we will look at the kitty cats in the box. The cat in the box. They're finished feeding. They're finished being weighed. They're just chilling at the moment. So I'll give you a little look at the cats here in just a moment. Okay. Let's see. Time to rotate the cookies in the oven. Yeah, these look great, right as they are. The edges on these look brown, like perfectly browned at the moment. I feel like the that tray is still too hot to touch. We're definitely going to need to go with a fourth tray here. And I could see where this would be an issue with Cookie Club. Now, where the tray, if the short cook time plus long cool down period means I need to have more trays available. Noted. Okay. But again, this is not Cookie Club practice. This is just for a generalized test. I'm kind of testing. This is for amusement / I forgot all about these garlic cookies, and 'tis the season for garlic cookies, apparently. Okay, suddenly there's like an inch of small hail on the lawn. And it'll be sunny in a few minutes. Hopefully. An inch of hail. God damn. Hail's wild. All right. Gwen was rushing because she's going to pick up Calvin at school. He's finishing up orchestra currently. Oh, you know what I realized too? Maybe a year ago, Calvin was on stream trying to play violin for y'all because he plays violin and likes to show off because he's 9. So he at that point, like the sound was not able to, it wasn't picking up a violin because of the way that my sound setup is. But I just realized that now it probably will. He'd probably be able to play the violin, and I don't know if it would sound good from I'm not saying he's bad at playing the violin. I'm saying the sound settings might be such that it doesn't sound so great because of the way that my computer is set up. regardless, I should tell him that if he wants to share his violin with y'all, that is an option. We can try it at some point. What usually happens is we get to the very end of stream and he's like, I want to play violin. And I'm like, I want to raid and eat. And those things can't happen at the same time. Okay. So we're almost there. This is definitely the last tray that we need. And got about 3 more cookies worth of dough in here. 1, 2. Okay, maybe 4 more cookies worth.
Okay, bye.
Okay, bye. I will show the cats. I will make sure the box is closed. I will make sure they do not get out. I got it. Don't worry about them. They're fine. Okay, great.
Also, acknowledge we're twins.
Oh, Gwen's wearing her Canada shirt today too. Guess where she got that shirt from? The same place I did, because I bought it when I was there. Calvin has one too. Everybody got a Canada shirt. When I request asylum later, I want this to go into the record. That's all. That's my motivation. I need it to be on record. Okay. Cookies are done being portioned. Okay, 1 minute left on the cookies in the oven. That means that I want to pull them out now because I had the timer set for 11 minutes. And let's move these, and then these, and then this tray will go in because that's been sitting on the stove. And this will come out because this one is finished. I think it's finished. I hope it's finished. Looks finished. Let's set those in. Here these go. Here's the cookies fresh out of the oven. And we're going to set another timer for the ones that are in the oven right now. That is set. All right. Now, can these come off the tray yet? Yes or no? I think so. Yeah. Beautiful. These look great. They don't look exactly like the ones from the market. I'm assuming that maybe the ones in the market don't brown the butter. I think these are this color because of the brown butter. Crispy edge. Definitely buttery. Definitely garlicky. Here comes the heat. More cayenne. Still, oh. Never mind. There it is. Sorry, the sweetness comes in before the heat. I said it backwards earlier. I thought the heat came in second. Nope. That's good though. Yeah, the outside of these are crispy. They're still a little chewy in the center, which is perfect. I'm pretty sure the brown butter is why these are this color. But like, from a cookie perspective, these are definitely unique. They're really good. Like, these are really, really, really good. Okay. This was definitely the right recipe to hone in on there. I wasn't sure which recipe it would be. But this one looks good. This is what they are. They have a nice little, really thin. There's a super thin cookie. Bottom is, you can hear it's solid. The inside, they crack, like they break, kind of like a biscuit. And then the inside is also quite, the center in the middle here is chewy, and then the edge is super crispy. So this, where my fingers are, is the center, and that is still a little bit chewy. Cookie shards for ice cream. These are good, like, these are good cookies to dip in tea, or like a hot beverage, for like less than 1 second. You know how you have the cookies that you can dip in tea, and then like you dip it and it just dissolves and it's gone? Just kind of give this like a dunk, dunk, a little dunk. Garlic tea. Oh God, Liz. Cursed. Oh, you're hearing the crunch from my chewing? Fascinating. Also, the microphone is literally against my skull. So. They're supposed to be crunchy. I remember the one batch I made last time was like thick and floppy, and they kind of fell apart. And I was like, this is disgusting. The crunch is what makes it accessible. It's what makes it, it sort of differentiates it. When they're real thick and chewy and kind of wet, it's like, it's like, oh, I'm eating wet garlic. But this is like, oh, there's garlic, but it's crunchy, which is weird. So, good. This is good. How would I change this? I think the next time I might not brown the butter. I might just leave the butter, because these are going to be buttery sort of no matter what. And I don't think the brown butter adds, enough to make it like worth the effort. Also, these remind me, if you've had Tate's, like Tate's brand cookies, these are similar to that. Similar in size and similar in crunch. But that is a whole sheet pan worth of cookies right there. -2. So, if I was doing these for Cookie Club, I would certainly do 3 of them, just in the way that, like, they are small. They're small, thin cookies. When I get them at the market, I forget what volume they are. Not volume. Yeah, I forget how many are in a bag, but they give you a bag. I think it has like probably 5, maybe. So you're a yes to garlic cookies now? I'm glad. I think these are really tasty. I'm very happy with how those came out. I do think the extra cayenne was helpful. So that is another note that I want to put in here. 2 teaspoons of vanilla extract. 177 grams of flour. I put 3/4 of a teaspoon cayenne. I think you could even go up to a whole teaspoon in here, but that would be a lot. It's a little bit warm in here, but 2, I'm sort of sweating. I don't know if you can tell. All right. Do y'all, before the cats completely fall asleep, they're not completely asleep yet. Anyone who missed the cats the first time, would you like to see the kittens that we have before I get vegetables and other shit on the counter? That's a yes, please. Okay, we will do that. Let's do it. Baker says, I saw him before and I want to see him again. Valid. That is also a reasonable position to take. All right, let's do it. Let me move some things here, because the next thing that we're going to do is we're turning our attention completely to dinner. So before we do that, hey friends, come on. Here we go. Whoop, wobbly heads. Lots of wobbly heads. Okay, we got a box full of kittens here. Who wants a kitten? Let's see. Okay, we have three to choose from. We have 3 kittens to choose from. Let's go with Gray first. Gray, you want to come up? Meh. Okay, this is Gray. They have names, but they're named after candy bars. We don't have a. They're not like officially named yet, but they are all different colors, so it's easy. It's easy to tell. This is Gray. Gray is obviously Gray. Gray was the first one to open his eyes. Gray's ears started coming in first, and he is he was the runt. He's no longer the runt. He's in the middle now. Gray is in the middle size-wise. Jane, welcome in. Jane, this is an animal husbandry stream now. So this is Gray. They are sleepy. They're very sleepy because they just ate, and right after they eat, they like to go to sleep. So we're gonna let these folks get back to their nap. He's trying to tuck his head in. If I put my thumb down, he'll like tuck his head into it. What a kitty. That's a super cute kitty. All right, this is Gray. Gray is going to go back in the box. Come on back in the box, Gray. And then we do have a box with other cats in it. Let's see, who's next? Who wants to come out next? Who's the sleepiest of all of you? Let's get you up first, because I don't want you to fall asleep in the next 45 seconds. All right, Orange looks the sleepiest, so we're gonna get Orange out. This is Orange. Orange used to be in the middle. Orange was the middle size-wise. Orange is now the largest. Orange is the explorer. Orange likes to climb. Orange is the one who is I mean, look at him. Look at like what he's doing right now. He's just looking over my hands, like ready to move. Jane, the reason that the cats are here, the reason we're seeing cats on stream right now, is because my partner is fostering them. They are 2 weeks old. They'll be 3 weeks old on Saturday, and they were not abandoned necessarily. They did come from. They were dropped off at the shelter, and we're not really sure where the mom is or what happened to her, but they were dropped off, and Gwen is fostering them currently. So bottle feeding them every 2.5 to 3 hours. This is Orange. Orange is the biggest now, size-wise. Okay, my timer just went off. So just a moment, we're going to see Calico in a second here, but I got to get these cookies out of the oven. Because they are done. They do look done. Let's get this last set of cookies into the oven. Last set of cookies is in the oven. Timer, go. Timer, go. Okay. One more. We got one. Shut the fuck up. Oh my god. Sorry, hold on. So this is what's happening in the box right now. This is... There we go. Okay. I'm just going to go away for an hour and y'all enjoy the screensaver. Just kidding. Let's see. Oh my god. Stop it. Yeah, Gray's just off to the side. So this is Calico. Calico is not ooh, look at that eye. I'm getting some eyes here. Hi. Girly Pop. Can I pick you up? Or are you settled? Can I pick you up? I don't think Calico wants to be picked up. I think Calico and Orange are... I think Calico and Orange have settled in. She was very sleepy a second ago. So I think, yeah, she's fading. She's fading. Look at her go. Twitchy paws. And she's about to be out. About to be out. Emiliano, welcome. Hello. Yeah, Gray's over here like, nah, we're good. We're good. Yeah, she is, hold on, can we get, how much closer can I get with this zoom? You can see her, she's fading. She's definitely just like fading. Eyes are closing. Yeah, I'm not gonna pick her up. I can't bother her. I put Orange back down and Orange just like went right to sleep right there and she's just like done. So these are the kittens that are currently living in the house. They're currently in a box. And they're about to go back to sleep. They're so stretchy and sleepy. Yeah, she's done. Oh, maybe. Calico, if you get up and start walking around, I'm gonna make you get up. I'm gonna make you come out. Look at him go. Oh my god, shut up. All right. I gotta close this box or else she will not go to sleep. The box, they love the dark. So like when it's dark, they'll just like they'll be out. This one's already out. He's done. This one's a boy. This one's a boy. This one's a girl. Yeah, he's just like they're all nestled together. So good. So good. All right. We'll see the cats again probably soon. Maybe not. Maybe today. 5:50, 6:50. Probably not. Probably not again today. But we'll definitely see them around. Look, they come in this nice box. It lets you know what's inside. This is much better. By the way, they put full-size cats in here too, and it's a lot harder to get the full-size cat in this box. I promise you. All right. Cats are literally going on the floor over here. In the corner, underneath of a towel. There's a towel over here to kind of keep them warm. They do like warmth, and it's very warm in the kitchen right now. But it does keep them kind of nicely insulated. All right. So those kittens are almost 3 weeks old. They will be with us for another 5 to 7 weeks / possibly forever. I'm not sure. Let me wash my hands here. They are fosters. So we have the option to keep them if we want to keep them. But that depends. I'm not determined whether or not that's even really going to happen. A failed foster. Jane, yeah. I mean, this is what's happening. So we used to have 2 cats for a long, long time. Our cats lived to be, I think, one lived to be 16 and the other lived to be 18, 17. So they were around forever. We got Daisy when the cats were like 4, probably. No, not even 4. If they were 16, we got Daisy when the cats were like, Daisy will be 13 this year. I don't even know. They were old. They were adults. They were like 5. They were between 5 and 7. The old cats never interacted with the dog. They were adult cats when we got them. They were not interested in dogs. They were not interested in making friends. Daisy really wanted to sniff them, but they were also not interested in letting her do that. So they never communicated. The cats lived upstairs, the dog lived downstairs. They never interacted. It was a fucking nightmare to exist in that environment. I will not do that again. That was a product of not conditioning them to each other, basically. And we're not going to do that again. So we are, if these kittens stay, I don't need tissue packets in the freezer anymore. Those were just for the butter. If these kittens do stay, it'll be fine, or it'll be better because Daisy's already over there sniffing the box. She was just over there sniffing the box. They would be cultured together and acclimated together just already. So when we had the other cats, it was not a great environment, but that's because of like introducing the dog. I'm happy to bring kittens in, or an adult cat that already is super familiar and comfortable with dogs. So, it wouldn't necessarily be a failed foster because we are going to have more cats that live here full time. It's just a matter of when. It might be these, it might not be. We'll see. But at some point, we'll have cats in the house, more cats that live here, like forever cats. Yeah, and if we want 3 at once. Yeah, and so when they have cats like this, you adopt them out, and sometimes it's like, oh, one goes here, one goes there. I'm not all about family separation. If they're like chill with each other and they get along really well, then I think they should stay together. So when I was talking to Gwen about it, I was like, we're either gonna have 3 or none, or like, I don't mean to be grim, but like one of, not all kittens make it to 8 weeks. Not all kittens make it to 8 weeks. So like, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. But these might not be the ones, but there will be more. Gwen likes to do kitten stuff. And so she will very likely, when these are finished bottle feeding and are either whatever, when we've figured out what's happening with these, then the next ones, we'll probably just have more bottle feeding kittens at some point. Jamie says, my husband and I started out with cats, 4, and then kids, 2, and then dogs, 5. We got our dogs when the 2 cats were still alive, and they interacted and even cuddled. That's amazing. That is amazing. Our one cat would have been fine with Daisy. They would have just avoided each other forever. But the other cat that we had was male, and he did not get neutered in time. And he was very aggressive. Like, he was an aggressive cat. He bit like everybody all the time, like, and unprompted too. Like, he would attack. And Daisy was frankly terrified of him, rightfully so. And they weren't allowed to interact because the fear was that, he would attack Daisy and slice her face up, and that she would kill him because she's a pit bull. And whether or not she means it, she is bigger and stronger, and her jaws carry a lot more force behind them. So there was some worry about that. I was in the camp of like, let them fight. They're probably not going to kill each other. Let them acclimate to each other, Stop talking shit on Walter. He was the best cat ever. Walter loved you more than any other creature. He did bite though. You do have to admit, Gwen, that he bit. He chased our friend Michelle into the bathroom at our old apartment, and she wasn't able to come out. He bit you too. Yes, he did. Not like he bit other people. Yeah, he was the dominant cat in the house, and like, I think with the dog challenged his dominance in the house, and he never got to be dominant over the dog, so he always had sort of like concern. He was trying to protect me from all the assholes around me. Yep, true. No lies detected. Jamie says we had a boxer and a pug. The boxer liked them more than the pug. Boxers, I feel like boxers just like everybody. What was the other cat's name? Millie. Walter and Millie. They were like from the 1920s. So it was, they were good. They were, I feel like acclimating the Daisy and these cats is a world it's just, it's not even, there's no comparison. Yeah, no comparison to how the two of them have interacted now. Because when Daisy was first in the house, like our cats were adults and had been adults for a while. Two of the cats were initially afraid of whichever dog we had, and they came around after another old timer cat showed them the dog was harmless. Yeah, and nobody showed our cats that Daisy was harmless. It wasn't like they didn't have any learning around it. So she was just like a danger forever. So, hello, new chatter. I am not able to read your message. I am sorry. If you are able to repeat your message in English, I would be happy to respond to it. I'm very sorry. I'm just not equipped to. I'm not equipped to understand your message. It doesn't translate for me automatically. I'm sorry. I would like to read it, but welcome in regardless. Good morning. The food you make looks so good. Oh, thank you. Well, I appreciate that. Okay, let's turn our attention now to the dinner that I'd like to make. Dinner is, it says Google Translate it. Thank you. Well, that's nice. I feel like I used to use a different chat monitoring, and it translated, I know it translated usernames. I don't think it actually translated the text though. Okay, recipe: 1 shallot or onion, finely diced. We're gonna use an onion today. We used a shallot last time. 8 to 10 garlic cloves sliced. Garlic. 1 red bell pepper. 1 red bell pepper. 2 ears worth of corn kernels, or 2 15-ounce cans of corn drained. We are going to use 15-ounce cans of corn because this is not corn season yet. There's no fresh corn available, so we're going to use that. 2 15-ounce cans of butter beans. 15-ounce cans of butter beans, rinsed, can water reserved. Can water reserved. Last time we did not reserve the canned water. Last time we reserved water from 1 can, not 2. I changed the recipe. Last time I was calling also, for a cup of stock. I took that out. I completely took that out. There's no stock needed here. What I am going to do, I'm calling for a cup of bean water, and then keeping the bean water until you're finished, and then using, if it's too thick, using like a quarter cup of the additional bean water instead of needing stock. So I'm changing some things up. Also, we're not going to add a cup of stock, or we're not going to add extra liquid into this past the bean water, because last time that was enough. And as I was cooking it, I was like, oh, this is a lot. This is like too much. So we're going to not do that this time. I am going to save the bean water though. And we're using that because it's a bit starchier in place of succotash. Typically and generally speaking, has cream, heavy cream or milk in it. And that's sort of like a thickening agent. You put it in at the end and it sort of like creates a gloss over everything. Instead of adding that, I'm using the bean water for that purpose. Bean water, yum. So let's prep all of our ingredients. I'm going to set a timer for this. See how long it takes to prep all of these. So I want to drain these. is a little less than a cup of liquid per can. I've got about a cup and a half in here, which is perfect. Because, like I said, we're going to do I'm going to do about a cup of liquid to start in the pot, and then we'll add to that if needed. So that's a change from when I made this the first time and things got too liquidy. It's going to keep it a little easier. I'm simplifying it, actually making it even easier, which is great. All right, let's rinse these beans off. I'm just rinsing these in the can, so I'm basically like pouring water in the can, giving it a little shake, and then draining it again. I'm not, you don't actually need to rinse the beans, I don't think, because we're using the liquid from the can. It's not like I want that gone, per se, but generally speaking, I do like to rinse canned beans before using them. So we're just going to do that. All right, that's done. Good. All right, these are ready to go. So we have our beans, our bean water. Let's open our corn as well. How many rinses was that? I think I definitely just said it twice. I know I just said it twice. How do you say it? Rinse? Oh, okay. I really love the cans with the pull tabs on it. Oh, how long is the cooldown? It can't be more than a minute. Maybe it is. All right, we're gonna drain these in the sink too. It is more than a minute. Oh. I should set that lower because I definitely say it with greater frequency sometimes. All right, corn is ready. Now we have a bell pepper, a shallot, or a bell pepper, an onion, and garlic to chop. Onion, or actually, no, bell pepper, onion, garlic. Let's get our cutting board out. There we go. Yeah, it's it is a frequently used term. Crazy Cat Lady, I'm glad you made it down to Philly. I remember we were talking about this. Did you? What was it like on Saturday? It rained a little bit on Saturday. I hope you had a good, like. Sounds like maybe you were inside a little bit at the academy. Cool. I'm glad that you got to hang out in the city. And also, I'm glad that you got to hang out with your daughter. That was probably really nice. Are you happy? Did you like? Did you come away with like a good impression of the city and the circumstance that she's, in now? Hopefully. Some people come away from Philly and they don't like it. They've had like a negative experience. Maybe they tried to drive somewhere and someone called them a nasty name, and that does happen. We East Coasters are known for being a bit direct at times. Went back to Doylestown. It is a pretty city. No, it's a very pretty city, and we're coming into the season of enjoying it. So I'm glad you got to go down. I'm glad you got to hang out and see it. You had a mostly good day for it too, minus just a little bit of rain, but nothing terrible. finely diced onion. I think I might call for half of an onion here because a shallot, if you use one shallot, it's basically half of an onion. But maybe not. I'm just go with I'm going to see what the whole onion is like. So I made a couple tweaks to this recipe today before making it. So we'll see if those play out the way I think they will. Hopefully they do. I made the change with the liquid. I also made a little bit of a change with the timing of how long you cook it because I reduced the liquid quotient. So you need to cook it less time because there's less liquid to reduce. So we'll see. We'll see how things go. What else did I change? Oh, I also made a note in here that you can use fresh herbs and olive oil instead of pesto, which I'm not going to try today because I have pesto in the fridge from last time. So we're going to use that up because I don't want to waste it. But that is another change. I made sure to note what adding fresh herbs would be like. And in the process of doing that, I was like, oh yeah, pesto is basically just oil. So if I'm adding pesto, I need to add a little more oil. Or if I'm not adding pesto, I need to add a little more oil so I get the texture the way that it is with the pesto. All right, and we're finally dicing this onion. And it should be, it says a half a cup. So we're gonna get to a little bit more than a half a cup worth from this onion. So I might end up calling for like 1 medium onion and 2 shallots. We'll see. If this is too oniony, then I'll just I'll say half an onion and we'll call it a day. All speculative at this point. We're just kind of winging it at the moment. Let's measure this though and see, is this how much? This is definitely like a cup. I feel like this is a cup worth of onion at least. Yeah, if you pack it in, this is 1 cup of onion. So note number 1, 1 onion equals 1 cup. So 2 shallots or 1/2 an onion. Gotta pick one. You can't say 1 shallot or 1 onion finely diced 1/2 cup, because if the onion is a lot more, that won't work. I keep going back to stock bowl. Am I going to have other things for the stock bowl? No, I am not. It's the red bell pepper. I don't want to put in stock. That makes it weird. And the garlic, I'm not going to have anything to put in there, so that will be unnecessary. All right. Pepper. So again, the pepper, much like the onion, just gets a fine dice. And get as much seeds out of there as we can. Cool. And then we'll get this moving. Cut the ribs out. Get the rest of the seeds out. Seeds, good. Seeds are good. All right. I'm cutting this into strips first, and then I'm going to cut those strips crosswise into small pieces.
I'm in danger.
You're gonna be popular.
I think the mic died. I think the mic died. Let's see. I'm going to turn it on again. It should turn on for just long enough to tell me what's happening here. Yeah, mic died. Okay. Easy. That's an easy fix. You know what's great? The way that I changed the audio on stream, what we came to on Saturday, means that I have the base station for my microphone plugged in, because my audio is now going through USB instead of a jack, and it means that I can keep it plugged in during the stream. So it's never going to be the base station that's the problem anymore. Broccoli, cottage cheese. Isn't there, did I read something about how cottage cheese is like not good right now? Did I see something about that in the news? I feel like I read that today. Maybe that was just like a clickbait thing that I saw. I thought I saw something that was like, don't eat cottage cheese right now because blah, blah, blah. Because the FDA doesn't exist anymore and botulism is in again. Okay, peppers are done. Peppers are not a typical ingredient in succotash. They are an optional ingredient. The main ingredients that you would usually find in succotash are lima beans or butter beans, as we call them now, and corn. Like those are the two sort of like all the time ingredients. They usually have okra, or it usually has okra. So the okra flavor is now being played by the red pepper. So we're making some adjustments here. I feel like people are going to look at this recipe and be like, "You jerk, that's not succotash." But like, they can succotash or whatever. Yeah, it's not traditional succotash, but like, who cares? This is my version. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 cloves of garlic. We're going to go with 8. I'm not going to just use the entire bulb of garlic like I would like to do, like I generally enjoy and prefer doing. Let's get these. So I'm slicing these. I'm not crushing these. I'm just giving these like a little tap right now to get the paper off of them. But I want to end up with garlic slices and not crushed garlic. Hey, we just passed 4 hours and no, we didn't. Never mind. Talk to me in 8 minutes. I was just about to say we just passed 4 hours and 20 minutes of uptime. Ha ha ha. No. Nope. Not quite. Almost though. Close enough. Don't jinx it, so fluff. I know, right? I know. The last time, although I'll be, I'll say this now. I've been monitoring my processor. Like I on my screen, I have the line graph for my processor, and I've been watching it pretty much every time I look down at chat. I glance at that bar too, and we have been steady at 19% GPU usage, which is amazing because the last couple streams we've been up in like the 40s and 50s when things crashed. So we're keeping it low. I made some tweaks and the computer's running a lot smoother. It actually sounds smoother too. Like the computer doesn't sound like it's laboring as much as it has in the past couple months. So we'll see. I'm feeling hopeful. I'm feeling hopeful that this current configuration can get us through until a more robust streaming computer. Because I don't plan on adding anything to this. I don't plan on adding anything to the stream, like a meaningful, like large. I might change the things that currently exist, but I'm not adding any new like peripherals or components or anything that would tax the processor farther. Alley Cat, welcome in. Good to see you. Broccoli, enjoy the trip. Cape May. Cape May is supposed to be very beautiful. I don't think I've ever been to Cape May. That's not true. No, I have been. I took the ferry from Lewis at one point in life. Okay, and I want to note that I want to slice the garlic thin. I want thin sliced garlic. That's what I'm looking for. My pen's not on that side of my hat anymore. God, thin. Okay. My microphone is on that side of my hat because most of the extra noise in the room that I'm in is going to come from this side. My left, your right. So I moved my microphone today. It's now that we have a little bit more of a noise, a soundscape on the stream. That also means that we get other additional room sounds. Perhaps you heard Daisy walking around a few moments ago with her little click-clack feet. Jacked up lodging prices, Broccoli. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's a great time to go to the shore in general because the weather's nice. If you're not I require swimming in the ocean. So there's a couple folks, right? There's like the beach goers. And if you're from like somewhere in central US or central whatever, if you're not, if you didn't grow up going to the beach or the shore, maybe imagine that I'm talking about like the lake or whatever. There's some folks who go on trips like that and want to get into the water, right? They're like, I want to swim in the lake. I want to go boating on the lake. I want to go tubing on the lake. I want to jump in the waves in the ocean. I want to be involved in like the aquatics, right? So there's those folks. Those folks are, those are your summer, go to the shore in the summer folks. But if you're not that type of person, like, yeah, going to the beach or whatever at this time of year is great. No crowds. And you know, as long as you keep track of the hours that things are open and you don't like make assumptions, then you are going to have a much better experience. Parking's a lot easier too. Okay, 8 to 10 cloves of garlic. That's 8 cloves of garlic, thin slice, ready to go. Okay. We are finished with our mise en place. The mise en place. Where is it at? It's right here. It's in place. We're ready to go. Didn't need that big bowl after all. Didn't need this bowl either. Let's put some stuff away real quick here. Okay. Now we're gonna get. Oh, hold on. I was like, let's put some stuff away and get started cooking on the stove. I got a bunch of cookies on the stove, sitting on the stove. So let's just take these off the tray first. Counts as one. They're all stuck together. All right. Now, Calvin, when he comes home, will be the arbiter of whether these cookies, how close these cookies are to the ones that we get at the market, because he eats those and he really likes them. So I know that he will be able to give me feedback, positive, negative, neutral feedback on these, which is great. He's definitely a little taste tester, and hopefully an enthusiastic one. We'll see. But for my take, it came out pretty damn good. All right, rinse my hands here. Sticky from all that garlic. All right. Broccoli says, I want to go bird watching during the migration. What's the age that you're required to be a birder? Isn't there an age? I feel like there's an age where, like, if you haven't gotten into birding yet, someone's like, hey, we need you. Here's some binoculars. Let's roll. And I think that age is like 42. The downside to this time of year is it doesn't deal with the main issue, the sand. Yeah, I feel like if you were a beach goer and you like swimming, like you deal with the sand. I like sitting on the beach. I like jumping in the water too, but like I'll jump in the water, but then I'm like kind of done. You know what I did not add any notes on to this? I added 0 notes about how much salt and pepper to add here. Yeah, 0 notes on salt and pepper. So I need to take that into account when we're compiling this on the stove. I also need to get some more salt because my container is just about empty. It's too empty to dip a measuring spoon in. I could pinch it, but then that wouldn't be accurate. Okay. Salt is good. All right, and we're going right back today to the Drew Dutch oven. Command Drew in chat. My friend Drew lent me his Dutch oven a while ago to make chicken pot pie in, and I have not given it back. He has not asked for it back. He comes to the house regularly. He was literally here yesterday. Saw the Dutch oven, was like, oh yeah, you still have that? And I was like, yeah, I still use it. And he was like, all right, cool. So this is now just the Drew Dutch oven. And I'm putting my mixer away. My mixer was also just on the counter here. So let's put that back where it goes. Cayenne pepper can go back in the cabinet. Regular pepper can go over here. All right, we're ready to cook. In the Dutch oven, over medium heat, add 1 tablespoon of olive oil. Add the onion and garlic and saute for 4 to 5 minutes until the onion is translucent and golden. All right, come on over to the stove with me, y'all. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do this on the stove because that's where the cooking happens, generally speaking. All right, camera is positioned. Do I hear people coming in? Do I hear Calvin coming in the house? No, it's my neighbor putting a trash can away. Okay. Thing number 2, I need something to drink. I am parched. I'm parched. What is this? Best Day Brewing, Electro Lime, Cerca de Cerveza, non-alcoholic, crafted with sea salt and lime. This is a good one. I really like this one. Best Day Brewing has my favorite like non-alcoholic offerings at the moment. Broccoli, a barracuda. Terrifying. I'd be out of the water. All set. Thank you, though. Phoenix, I like beach activities too. I don't like the sun. As long as I can like get out of the direct sunlight, I'm good. Like we're good. Let's get over to the stove here. Time check. 18:30. Perfect. We're making great time. I'm imagining that Calvin, my son Calvin, as well as Gwen, will be home sometime soon. So we're going to keep trucking here. I'm going to keep trucking here to get. Hold on. Third camera. White balance. White balance is a little high. We're a little bit red. Now we're a little blue. Now we're a little red. What's the actual color of that thing? Right about there. Okay. Cool. All right, let's do. There we go. Alrighty. A tablespoon of olive oil. I am in fact going to measure this. I don't usually measure olive oil. But I'm gonna measure because I'm calling for. You need to basically, if you're writing a recipe, you need to make it so that you don't need to have any functional kitchen skills in order to follow it. So you need to make sure that you say how much salt, how much pepper, when do you add it, all of that. So we're adding, I'm gonna get my half teaspoon out here, and we'll use the half teaspoon. Passing on the sun too, Phoenix, that's right. Are we all ocean, mountain, lake people? Is anyone like an outright no thank you to water person? All right, this isn't quite. We're not quite hot yet. We're letting this heat up just a little bit more. Let the olive oil start to sizzle around these onions that are in here. All right, just a little bit of sizzling is happening, maybe. Yeah, we're getting there. Okay. Outdoor water here is pretty cold. Well, now it is, yeah. I imagine that there's like a day, maybe 2 days late in the season where it's like, oh, this is nice. All right. Onion and garlic is in and says saute for 4 to 5 minutes. So let's set a timer for 4 minutes. What am I looking for? I am looking for the onion to be translucent and golden. And I want to write that you should be stirring this occasionally because you should not just toss it in the pot. Stir occasionally, like now, for example. And then I want to add so what did I say? Medium heat. Medium heat is 4. Phoenix. Now, not wanting to get in the shower and not wanting to get in the ocean, I feel like are very different things. But like respect, I'm imagining that he also does not want to get in the ocean. All right, this looks good. Let's add to this our first quarter teaspoon or half teaspoon. What is this? Half a teaspoon. To add to this a half a teaspoon of salt. And then a little less that with pepper. The ocean in Cuba was so warm. I imagine. I mean, the ocean's great. Like the Gulf Coast, the Gulf of Mexico coast, like along that area is like that's even like year-round water destination. So I'm imagining much farther south is probably quite nice. I've been to St. Thomas and I've been to Jamaica before, and the water was beautiful in both of those. And we went in both of those went in springtime, like not summer. This has been in here for 2 minutes now, and it sounds nice. It's got a little like sizzle happening. So this is a real basic dish. Once you've got all the ingredients ready, it's like real easy to throw in the pot and finish it up. Make some notes here. I'm adding a half a teaspoon of let's see, add the onion, garlic, half teaspoon salt and pepper. Then we add the red pepper and cook for 4 minutes. We add the corn and cook for 8 minutes. So the red pepper is next into the pot. That gets cooked separately. So we're just kind of layering everything here. About a minute left on here. I actually started my timer a little late, so I'm gonna not go by the timer here. I'm gonna add the pepper when there's about 30 seconds left on that timer, because this right here, this looks about what I want it to be. So things are starting to get translucent. The onions are starting to get translucent. The garlic is not burning. So we don't want to burn the garlic. The goal here is to keep the garlic nice. Grew up in Detroit, had a lot of siblings that loved the water. And maybe that's how he differentiated himself from the siblings, was not being the kid that doesn't like the water. The child in the family who doesn't like the water. Okay. All right, let's add the pepper to this, and we'll put another 4 minutes on the clock. Add the pepper. Stir. And another 4 minutes. We're staying at medium heat. So we're never touching the heat. Once we've got the heat established, we're going to leave it like that. There's no turning it up, no turning it down, just keeping it as simple as possible. We are sauteing. Oh, I should hit start, huh? Let's see. It's probably about 30 seconds. 3.5 minutes on the clock. All right. And then I have this tendency to continually stir things. I'm gonna let this sit for a moment. Spread this out and just let this sit. All right, that's coming along. Let me add the corn. Add the corn, cook for 8 minutes until the pepper has softened. Well, that's a weird direction because I'm gonna figure out what this looks like at the end. I'm gonna write, do not burn garlic. Okay, I feel like I need to add another little bit of salt to this so that we continue to create some layers here. So what we're doing basically with this is we're cooking the aromatics and the peppers long enough so that they start releasing some of their liquid. And then we're adding a little bit of additional liquid and letting that cook off. But the issue that I had with this dish the last time I made it, when I was sort of working on the recipe, was it was too liquidy. I know that's what I added before, and I remember the first time I made it last year, before I started actually like writing the thing down, I did add all that water to it, because I went back. What happened was someone on stream had asked me if I had a recipe for what I'd made that day, and I didn't. So I went back and watched the VOD and just wrote down what I put in the thing. But when I wrote that down, I also noted that it was like too watery, but then I didn't recall that when I pulled up that info. So I made it too watery last time, so we're trying to avoid that this time. This is supposed to be like a glazed vegetables as opposed to like stew, right? And it came out like a stew last time, which was less than ideal. It was still very good, but not exactly what I wanted. All right, we have about 1 minute, and then we'll add the corn in here, and we'll cook that. We'll cook that for 6 to 8 minutes. I'm going to set it for 6 because I feel like this is kind of ripping along real nice here. This looks good. Eventually, you know, the peppers you'll still see in the dish, but the onions sort of get hidden once you add everything else in here. The onions kind of reduce down to very little. They're still there. If you were a child who doesn't like onions, you'd be howling at the onions in this dish. But if you're a well-adjusted, normal adult, you would probably not really notice them. All right, we're adding the corn. That was 4 minutes. So I said I'm going to say 6 to 8 minutes. So I'm going to set my timer for 6, and we're going to add the directions now say so. Add the pepper and cook for 4 minutes, stirring occasionally. Great. Add the corn. Okay, now we're adding corn. So we're adding our 2 cans of corn. You can use fresh ears of corn, obviously. Fresh would be better. And if you are using fresh, you can also use the cobs, the corn cobs for this too. When you put the liquid in, you could throw the cobs in there if you really wanted to. It probably wouldn't make much of a difference based on them not being in there for that long, but it could. All right, I did not add salt. Did I add salt with those peppers? I did not. Okay, now we add the corn. Let's add another half a teaspoon of salt and the same with pepper. And we'll let this cook too. So you don't want to cook this all that much because the corn, if you're using fresh corn in this recipe, which would be ideal, and it is what I'm putting as the ingredient here, canned corn is a like only in case you need it situation. But you don't want the corn to cook a lot. Like part of what makes this dish nice is sort of the crispiness of the corn. Wait, stop, Lou. That is how you season things. Okay, we have to put we have to actually measure. I'm like pinching. I'm getting ready to just pull a big old pinch of salt out of the pot. What are the odds that I could pinch exactly a teaspoon of salt? I feel like I could get pretty close. Oh, broccoli, that sucks. I imagine she's trying to do a nice thing, but it's like, yeah, I don't want leftovers from someone else's like dining experience. I'm good. That's kind of funny. Thanks, Mom. All right, and so like I mentioned with the aromatics and the pepper, this is liquidy now. We have liquid in the bottom of this pot. If I kind of make a hole in the center here, you can see the liquid starting to creep in. That's just going to there's going to be more of that because the corn's cooking and the liquid is coming out. So this is sort of a self-lubricating dish. Oof, God, what a sentence that was. But this is starting to look good and smell good. For quality control here, let me get a little taste of what these peppers and corn are like in this moment. I don't want them to be too salty. No garlic in that bite. Here we go. Let's get a piece of garlic. All right. There we go. So this is pretty straightforward so far. All right. That needs more salt. Noted. We'll add additional salt to this when I put the beans in. Add the corn and 1/2 teaspoon of salt. So the other thing with these types of recipes, this type of recipe is as someone who is cooking usually off the cuff, I usually will cook and I'll just salt as I go, right? It won't be a measured thing. But I think with this, what I'd like to do is I think I'm gonna end up calling for like all of the salt that I put in when I add all of the vegetables. So like once the beans are in, once everything's in, basically like I add the beans next, right? Like I add the corn, I add the beans and the liquid. I think what I'm going to do with the recipe is at that point, I'm going to call for all the salt that I've accumulated kind of throughout the day today, because I don't always love when a recipe tells you, to a specific amount of salt to add sort of throughout the thing. I would appreciate a recipe that said you should add a total of X number of teaspoons to this. And let me decide when to put that salt in. Like, that I would appreciate. First succotash I'd actually like. I love it. Strong, just like lima beans and okra. Well, these, fortunately for you, these are butter beans. Wink, wink. Butter beans are lima beans. All right, that was 6 minutes, and that is plenty. That liquid is gone. I don't need. It's not all gone, but it's gone enough. So that is plenty. 6 minutes was just right. So we're gonna add to this. Let's see, cook for 8 more minutes. Nope, we want to do 6. And hold on, medium heat is 4. All right, so the next direction says add the butter beans in 1 cup of the reserved bean liquid. So we're gonna add the beans. Whoa, those came out real quick, didn't they? Jane, hello, welcome. All right, beans are in. It says beans, a cup of the liquid, and cook for 12 to 15 minutes. So let's add a timer here. I'm gonna set a timer for 10 because this has been cooking a little quicker this go around. So we added the beans, we're adding 1 cup of the liquid. So what do I have liquid wise right now? I have a cup and a half in here. So I need to add all but a half. I'm gonna add all but a half cup. Let's give this a little stir too, to make sure all the stuff from the bottom has come back up, is redistributed.
So let's add, I should have a little bit, almost a half cup left. All right, perfect. I got a half cup left of bean liquid. That bean liquid will be, if this is like too dry, we'll add that in. But what we want to do now is just heat these beans up. They're already cooked. They're from a can. So starting my timer, 10 minutes. Here we go. Don't like fried food? Yeah. We were talking about fried food earlier. It's not for everybody. I love fried food, but I don't want to eat it every day. It makes me feel kind of physically awful. Emotionally, it makes me feel wonderful. Physically, it makes me feel bloated. Whoop, a little bean splatter. All right. Yeah, Phoenix, the texture of okra is kind of wild. It's not always my favorite. I don't like, so succotash typically is beans and corn, okra, and bacon with a little bit of heavy cream or milk and some butter at the end. I'm not using any butter, no heavy cream in this. What I'm using in this is the bean water. So what happens when you take the okra out, right? It's it loses some of like the viscosity that you get. So I'm using the bean water in place of the okra. And in the place of the butter at the end, well, the bean water and the red peppers. So the bell peppers give sort of a little bit of an okra taste that's sort of like, the tart is not the right word, but like peppers have a sort of unique tartness to them, and so does okra. So like flavor wise, that's where that comes from. And then the butter, I'm adding pesto. So it's not, the pesto is not replacing the butter, it's the olive oil in the pesto that's replacing the butter. So you could also make this with fresh herbs and a tablespoon of olive oil, or you could make it with like either fresh herbs or dried herbs and a tablespoon of olive oil as well. Breaker, the smell of fried food is terrible, and yeah, it lingers for a long time. It lingers around the house. Whenever I make fries or anything fried on stream, it just like stays there, and it's like the whole house just stinks. It's not good. Okonomiyaki uses mountain yams, similar texture. Excellent. Yeah, SoFlip, this is an easy one. This is definitely an easy one. So right now we're simmering, right? You can see we're simmering. I set my timer for 10 minutes. The recipe says 12 to 15. So I'm just anticipating that this will be an extra like couple minutes after my timer goes off. I'm just setting it for 10 so that I don't end up overshooting my cook here. Because one thing I don't want is so some of the beans are going to start to fall apart. I don't want them all to fall apart. If they're all starting to disintegrate, that's bad. Because the beans are supposed to be like solid and kind of stay the same way. Broccoli, I've heard good things about the countertop deep fryers, the ones that have like the lid on them. So I'm going to add an additional teaspoon of salt to this. Additional teaspoon of salt, an additional teaspoon of pepper. Calvin, dinner is that succotash that we had last week with a really... Yep, that's the one. That's the one.
What type of cookies? Cookie Club or no?
No, those are not Cookie Club cookies. Those are the garlic butter cookies.
Ooh, I don't know how you make them.
Yeah, do you want to try one?
Yeah.
Hold on.
I want to wash my hands.
Okay, why don't you do this? Why don't you wash...
Oh, no cookies. Oh, no.
Bro, it's the camera. It's like literally showing you what's on the stove.
Yeah, I know.
Is that mac and cheese? He asks,
No,
looking at the
beans
camera.
were mac and cheese. I thought the beans were...
They are not. No, but that's fine. Yeah.
All right, so we're gonna let this simmer. Calvin's gonna try one of these cookies, and he's gonna let y'all know what he thinks. Oh yeah, you do. You can hear Daisy. That's right. Daisy is was asking to go out, and I had heard Gwen and Calvin coming home, so I
Yeah,
was
I
waiting.
gave you both. Like,
I
right
was
before
I was
opened
waiting
the door.
and deferring to their abilities. Okay, our taste tester is here. Cal, why don't you try this one? For those of y'all who've not met, this is my son Calvin. Calvin's 9. I mentioned earlier, Calvin likes these cookies, the ones that we get at the market. So he is going to be a good arbiter of whether these are good or not. What I'd like to know is how do they relate to the ones that we've had? Because I think these are good. And I think they're similar.
They smell good.
They smell good.
They smell kind of like a chocolate chip cookie.
Okay.
They do not taste like a chocolate chip cookie.
They should not taste like a chocolate chip cookie. No. They should also be give them a minute because they have cayenne in them, so they're spicy too. And it took a second for it to hit me. But describe your tastes. Like just
Let me try another bite.
just describe the feeling of
Very crunchy. I like
flavor.
that.
So they're crunchy. Are they chewy on the inside still or not?
Oh, yes, they are.
Okay.
Chewy a bit.
Mm-hmm. Oh, not as chewy as before. They've dried, which is good. Are you getting?
That bite was small. I just tried a bigger bite.
Okay.
Well, I got the garlic.
Got the garlic. You getting any heat yet?
Yeah.
A little bit of heat.
Yeah, I just got the heat.
Starting to come in. Yeah, it's a delayed reaction. Like doesn't hit you right away. So I get garlic, or I get butter, and then garlic, and then the heat comes in way later. Butter, garlic, and then
Same.
sweet, then heat.
Same. That's
What do you think though? Are they
amazing. Very good.
okay? Would you improve?
Like the rest?
Would you like the rest? Would you change anything about them to make them more appealing or more like the ones that we get at Henne's? You also don't know all the things that are in here. He's going to maybe go let Daisy in.
Yeah, I'm gonna go do that.
He's letting Daisy in. Yeah. Phoenix, the outside deep frying is definitely the right move. Velas, you didn't use the countertop one. I use the Dutch oven too, but I definitely understand the value of the countertop one because you can there's less oil in the air.
Maybe slightly more garlicky.
More garlicky, he says. Okay.
A little bit more butter. Actually, garlic is good, I feel like.
Okay. I think my thought is I browned the butter for these. I don't think the butter needs to be browned. It's what makes them that dark color instead of like a lighter color. I think that they would probably be good without brown butter. Because the brown butter makes them richer, but it sort of like changes what butter. It sort of changes butter. It makes them taste more toasted.
And that is not a response that I would say,
And
because
less buttery.
I didn't know that you browned the butter or anything.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
So-
You don't, that's my change would be to not brown the butter. Oh, this your thing was 20 years old. That's wild. I didn't even know they made those that. I didn't know they made the countertop ones. But I guess my impression of what 20 years ago is still rooted in thinking that it's like 1995. So. Okay, timer's going off. Time's going off. That was 10 minutes. Based on where this is at right now, I'm gonna give this.
That's the only thing slightly more better.
So I'm gonna give this another 2. I'm gonna give this another 2 because that'll be 12 total minutes. Oh, Gwen's going in for one. Gwen, we gotta get your reaction too. Are they spicy?
A
No.
little bit.
They're like baby spice. They're not. There's no
Perfect for me.
perfect for mom. Yeah. They're mom accessible spicy. Gwen, get over here. We need a reaction. Well, she's got a full ass mouth of cookies.
Half the cookies already gone.
What do you think?
Good.
Good. Well, yeah.
Anything?
Wait till the heat hits you.
Yeah.
And I said they're spicy. I'm not saying it's gonna. It's not saying it's gonna punch you in the face. I'm saying you're gonna feel it in a second. And I'm curious how your reaction is to it.
Anything you would change?
The thumbprint. I don't know.
Yeah, make them chocolate chip cookies.
Should make them chocolate chip cookies. That tracks.
Oh my god, are you okay? Oh my god.
Oh, God! I bet you heard that. Something weird happened during that time. Yeah, it was just my baseline. I think it's just the baseline. It's like when people say, well, music today isn't as good as it used to be because this band that I liked 20 years ago, like, really pioneered the genre. Like, no, they didn't. No, they didn't. They were just piggybacking off of someone else.
JVKE
Right?
is.
Calvin
my
likes
favorite artist.
JVKE. JVKE.
Is that really what we call him?
I could say Jake. Isn't it Jake?
Oh, why do
I don't.
I'm just saying, because that's how it's spelled. If I tell Google play Jake, it'll play like
1961.
it'll play like Drake or something.
You have two things literally in there.
True.
Do you not see what this says? Drink.
We're in trouble. All right, let's see. We have. That was 2 more minutes, so that was 12 minutes. This is now 12 to 15. I am gonna add 3 more minutes on here because, as you can see, this is still kind of liquidy, and I don't know if it's gonna need 3 full minutes, but it's still a little liquidy, and I didn't even put additional liquid in here. I might even drop how much bean water I'm adding to this to like 3/4 of a cup. Because I took a full cup of liquid out of the original recipe and it's still liquidy. No, so I always feel like what happens with things like that is you sort of get, it's like when you first came into this thing, right? Like, oh, I first learned about music when I was in 4th grade, or first started liking bands when I was in 4th grade. And then, it's sort of, that's where you just stick in time. I don't know. Okay, I am just noting here that I added an additional teaspoon of salt. I'm going to cook this for 15 minutes. The mixture should resemble will resemble a stew. If the mixture begins to scorch or stick to the bottom of the pan, add more bean can water or tap water. I want to add 1 tablespoon. 1 tablespoon at a time. I do not want to add a whole 1/4 cup of liquid to this. The vegetables should appear glazed but not broken down or mashed. Seattle grunge, Phoenix, yes. Yeah, I mean, my baseline for music, starting to like music, was probably 1994. Was the year that I first got into music. I would say. And so, like, yeah, before that was like before my time. All right, this is looking pretty good. We're almost there. Now this is, when I take this off the heat, this is also going to thicken up quite a bit. It's not going to remain sort of stew-like. Bella says, I like the crazy conspiracy theory that the world ended in 2000. Note that you don't subscribe to that theory, but it is interesting. The world ended in 2000 and the aliens made a weird holographic reconstruction, and that's where we're really living. Hence why we don't remember it. Yeah, I mean, you know, we could be living in a simulation. I don't see why not. Could be. Seems unlikely. You know, that's what they want you to say. Okay, that was a full 15 minutes worth of time. Timer is going off. Let's stop. Let's turn this off and see where we're at. Are we good? Jane, I think you did. I think you did this. Hold on. Let me Mike Myers with gray hair. Why does he look so old? Right? Jane, I've had the same thought. Who was I looking at the other day? Who was it? I'm trying to remember. It was definitely one of those types of folks. Crimslish, welcome in. I you know, I have that feeling every time I watch like The Daily Show with Jon Stewart, and I'm like, oh man, I remember when I first started watching you, and you did not look like that. You looked, I don't know, he's still handsome, but in a, you know, in an august way now. Cocking cocktail parties and making their kids serve the finger foods like hired help. Yeah, that, and you just, you know, if this was the 50s, I'd just be smoking a cigarette while I'm cooking dinner here. Come Delish, welcome in. Next generation Star Trek cast. Thinking, my God, we all got so old. Yes, yeah, it's true. It is true. Yeah, broccoli, it totally did, but I approved it because the word cocktails is fine, and I don't understand why it would catch that, but I do understand. But what's that? Okay. The next thing here, vegetables should appear glazed but not broken down or mashed. Yes. This does appear stew-like. Remove from heat. Stir in the fresh herbs or pesto and serve. Okay, well, the heat is off. This calls for a 1/4 cup of pesto, which is a lot of pesto. I'm going to add 3 tablespoons. I think I added 2 last time, and that felt good enough. I'm going to add 3. Okay, so 3 tablespoons of pesto. I'm going to stir that in. Yeah, this needs way less liquid. I added a cup. I'm going to call for, I don't even think, I might not even call for any liquid. I think I need to make this one more time. Because this is still like super liquidy. I'm going to cook this for another 3 minutes here. Yeah, I'm going to give this 3 more minutes. Because it's still just very liquidy. I don't want it to be as liquidy as it is. This looks like a plastic mannequin. I was talking to someone the other day, and they were like, yeah, I get Botox pretty regularly. And I was like, really? Like, you don't look like that. And they're like, yeah, well, I don't get like reconstructive surgery. I just get like a little Botox here and there. And I was like, okay, I guess that's reasonable. the place I get my haircut offers Botox now, which is like weird. Seemed odd to me. I'd like to shake LeVar Burton's hand for his reading rainbow work. Totally. Yeah, he's sort of like he's one of those like protect at all costs folks. Seeing Morgan Freeman old. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you see those folks that you like, you know, they were adults when you were a kid and now they're like older. I'm trying to think of some of the folks like everybody who's sort of the same age as me now, you know, which is 40, in that, like in entertainment, like the folks that were like child actors when I was also myself a child. It's weird to see them now. Broccoli, the bamboo stirring stuff is great. I love all the wooden things, especially in a Dutch oven. I'm sure LeVar Burton never saw the couple of messages I left him. That's good. Maybe he did. He probably didn't like respond to them, but I feel like people often will, from what I understand about being famous, which is, you know, hearsay, a lot of folks like read those types of things, but they don't always like respond. So I think leaving the messages is good. Continue to leave the messages. All right, that looks way better, even just like a few like another minute or two in. So that was, what did I get, that additional 3 minutes. I think this recipe, we're just going to add a full half of the water that I added, because I don't want to take it completely out, but I also think that it will be it's too much if I add a whole cup. So this should be about right. And then again, this is all gonna, when this cools, when I take this off the heat, the beans and stuff will continue to absorb liquid. So it does tomorrow, like the leftovers for this will be zero liquidy. Jane says, seeing child actors that are the same age as you and noticing that they look older than you is so trippy. Yeah. Seeing the child actors who are the same age as you that look a lot younger than you is also annoying. Seeing LeVar Burton and Andy Okafor square over each other's work. Squee over each other's work is one of the most wholesome things. It's always kind of fun when two folks that are like doing good stuff, like game recognized game. That is nice. All right, let's get this off the stove and over to the counter here. Come on over here. And we're gonna move. Now, I need to figure out like a portion size for this. I think what I'd like to do is kind of obnoxious, but I do think I need to do it, which is I need to pour this into another container so that I can measure like the volume of it, so I can take the volume and divide that by 6 or 8, depending on whichever is better, and make a portion size out of that. So we're going to do that. As much as it annoys me to like pour this whole thing into a different bowl just to measure the weight of it, I think I need to like do that so that I can actually understand how to say this is a serving of this. But before we do that, let's take a picture of it. Got steam on the can. I can't.
In order with these little things.
Gwen's over here feeding the cats again. Wishbone. Remember Wishbone? Yeah, Reading Rainbow. I remember the Magic School Bus. The Magic School Bus was trippy.
Will Wheaton is the same age when Patrick Stewart was the captain, and you. So you could also be captain, fellas. Broccoli, you went to the set of Wonderama when you were 5 or 6. I think Bob McAllister was hosting it. Who am I thinking of that doesn't like children? He was a game show host. Gwen says Mark Summers. That's definitely who I was thinking. Yeah, the guy from Double
I
Dare.
thought he didn't like children, but he had severe OCD and didn't like mess.
Okay, Gwen says that. I thought there was a children's TV host who notably at some point it was found out that he didn't like children, but I don't know. I don't think you have to like children to be a children's TV host. I'm not gonna lie. I think that's not a requirement, but it is certainly a nice thing to have. Kathy, welcome in. More along the lines of chief engineer, right? That also tracks. Phoenix, this is a side dish, by the way. Like, this can be a main. I'm making it a main tonight. When I make this a main, I serve it with like bread or something like that to round it out. But this is definitely meant as a side. So when I'm doing servings for this, I'm going to portion the servings as if it were a side. I'm imagining like 1 cup portions or so. But I do just want to measure how much, like literally how much volume this makes. So 1,000. 1,1306 grams. That's 46 ounces. Let's do some basic math here. We have 46 ounce situation. That is 6 servings. That's 6 ounces, that's 7 servings. If we have 46 divided by 8, 5-ounce servings. So let's do 2 different serving sizes here, and then we'll know. So it's either going to be 6 or 8 servings. Gwen, just a second, okay? I know you need the scale. I got you. Just a moment here. All right, so let's see. 46 divided by 6 is 7.5 ounces. So what's 7.5 ounces look like of this? 2. Okay, I think that's going to be the winner. 4, 6.5. Okay, that is roughly 7.5 ounces. That is 1 cup. So that's perfect. We're going to do 46 divided by 6. Okay, so this makes 1.5 times 6. Okay, this makes roughly 6 1-cup servings. Perfect. All right. I think this is pretty good. And then as a main course, I will just have this, basically like 2 servings is 1. 2 servings is 1 like main course worth. So Phoenix, you're right. This is definitely a side dish. But here it is. The mechanic does always save the day, fellas. Everyone needs the mechanic. 27 on Saturday, so if at least it'll melt the sleet. Yeah, this looks pretty good. See, like this in here, you can see how much like a stew this is on the inside, which is not ideal. But it is how the recipe was written. So the next time we do this, we'll just do less liquid. Same amount of cook time, less liquid. Let's try it. Yeah, we don't need the stock in that. That's really good. 27 is approximately 85. 28 is 82. So for those of y'all keeping track in between Celsius and Fahrenheit, 28 is an inverse temperature. So if you're not super familiar, you can kind of keep that one in mind. And then if you have numbers that are close to that, it's easy to sort of get within a couple degrees. Close. No, you are correct. I'm really happy with how this turned out. It's good. I don't miss the okra at all because I don't really like okra all that much.
Want to smell this one?
Yeah, those and that number. There's another one too. There's one that's in the negatives too, but there's another Celsius number that is similar to that where it's like this is sort of the inverse, but I forget what it is. Yeah, I don't remember exactly which one it is. Yeah, it might be -40. Yeah, where they meet in the middle. I think that might be the one I'm thinking of. But I feel like there's another one too, but I don't recall. It's not going to come to me, so I'm going to move on, and we're not going to worry about it. Okay. What are we doing? What's Daisy doing over there? Daisy's just looking at the kitten bottles. She's just doing some kitten bottle things. You know. Okay, let's figure out where we're going to go today. We'll be back on Thursday. Thursday is going to be the same, basically. I'll probably live a little earlier on Thursday. I was live very late today. I didn't go live when I wanted to. But I feel a little better about the stream setup. I think.
Oh my God. We still have coming out of this bottle.
Okay, the
What was that on stream?
no, but Gwen's wiping the cat butt over here and is
It wasn't a diarrhea. It was a slug.
Good Lord. Okay. Jamie, is Zach still live? Or is he finishing? He's finishing up, right? I was thinking of rating there, but I think I think today we're gonna go see Rusty Rhymes today. I haven't rated Rusty in a while. Rusty is cooking in the kitchen, so we're gonna raid our friend Rusty Rhymes, who's getting an ice cream posse raid right now. So he's gonna get a double raid. Let's go. We'll be back on Thursday. We're gonna do a trip prep stream. So I'll be camping this weekend. We're going to be prepping for that. So thank you for hanging out today, y'all. I appreciate it. I was a little apprehensive about my, excuse me. I was a little apprehensive about all the tech stuff.
But it worked. It worked out today. 5 hours, Velos. That's true. We will be back, hopefully, with continued good vibes on our tech gremlins. If you are hanging out and lurking, thank you for that. If you're not currently following, follows are silent. Feel free to hit the follow button if you want to come back and hang out again. We'll not say hi to you in chat. Chat won't say hi to you. There's no alerts. You can just hit the follow button and nothing happens except you will follow. Like I said, we'll be back on Thursday. And no other notes. This was good. We made garlic cookies. We made succotash. And we cleaned out the kitchen drawer. It was a successful day. I hope you all have a good one. I hope your Wednesday is good. I will see you again on Thursday. If I don't see you on Thursday, I'll see you in chat. All right. Have a good one, y'all. Bye.